allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. A few short announcements. I'm looking all over for the addendum. I don't see one. What's going on here?
I sabotaged them. I sabotage addendums.
Okay. First of all, results of a closed session held at the meeting of October 23rd, 2007. A closed session pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, Assistant CAO, HR Director, Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff's Association is canceled.
No, continued.
No, it says here canceled.
Oh,
that was last.
I'm sorry.
Last time.
What do we continue?
Today's number 18 on today's agenda is also a closed session under Government Code Section 54957.6, Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff's Association, and that one will be continued. That closed session will not be held today. So, moving along. Move on to the consent agenda at this point. Consent agendas are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They'll be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Board members?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull item 3, please.
Okay. Any others?
I'd like to pull item 9.
Are there any other items that the board would wish to pull from the consent agenda? Any staff wish to pull anything? Any member of the public? Okay. Very well. Is there a motion for the remainder of the consent agenda?
I move the balance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to item number 3 on the consent agenda, resolutions. Rescission of California Land Conservation Contract number 198 upon simultaneous entry of a new California Conservation Contract number 301, Feinberg. Tom?
I just pulled it because I cannot vote on it, so I'll leave it up to you guys.
Oh, all right.
Well, since it's pulled, I had some questions I was not clear about. In, if we go to 2006, I'm really not clear about what the income is, even though it said states an average annual gross income. This goes back to the conversations that we had last time. In 2003, it said the productivity report, $1,000 from recreational use. Is that included? I know we have a change in our ag zoning and that allows recreation and so forth, but is that part of Williamson Act that's allowed? And then 160 acres of timber, I didn't think that was allowed. So in reading it, I wasn't sure, is this cattle country versus what is there? It wasn't clear to me.
I'd be happy to address that, Mary Mutz, Agricultural Commissioner. The $2,500 of average income does not include any recreational income. It does not include any income from firewood. It does include income from the cattle production. And to sum it up, Ken Churches did make a stop to that site. He did go out to Mr. Feinberg's property and looked at the property. And in summary, Ken said that it was a beautiful piece of land. A fire had gone through there through the past 3 years, cleared out a lot of the brush, and that it was perfect, beautiful cattle country. So I felt that it was a non-controversial item, and even the Ag Advisory Committee knew the location of the property and felt that it definitely is within the definition of a Williamson Act contract.
But the applicant is saying he doesn't know the income of the range, and the application doesn't know how many cattle or what the gross income is. So we're doing this just based on what the farm advisor is saying, correct?
Correct. There is cattle on the land. There currently is cattle on the land, running on the land. It isn't one of the situations in which he's going to get someone to lease the land. There are cattle, he is raising them, or they are being raised on the land and being produced there.
And so here's a gentleman who's getting a tax benefit through the Williamson Act and doesn't know anything about his own property. That I just found that interesting. But seeing is how Mr. Tryon can't vote for this, and I also would have told it, I will move this, but it'd be nice if there was a little clearer information next time.
I'll second.
Okay, this is a new owner, is that correct, Mary?
Yes, it is. It's a new owner.
So they will be submitting their own financial reports from this point forward.
Absolutely.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? And one abstention. 401? Is that how it works? Okay. We'll take a short recess for 2 minutes.
We have a number 9.
Oh, I thought okay, I'm sorry. Number 9. Russ?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I pulled this one, I'm hoping that I can get an explanation from the county surveyor about, this says that we approved the previous application in error, the last time, and I would hate to think that I overlooked a map, particularly in my district. But did you have a map with that application on the 23rd that was representative of a subdivision in Copper Cove?
The map was proper. The typo was in the resolution.
I'm a little red-faced about that because I don't recognize these. Obviously, I would recognize it, Bartlink and something Olford Court. We're not in Copper Cove subdivision. But that being said, what most concerns me is an item here. The applicant's signed statement, application for public utility or drainage easement vacation. He says that he's applying for a variance for an as-built shop, and he goes on to say that the shop is 6 feet off the property line and encroaches 4 feet into the 10-foot easement. Isn't it true that we have a requirement in the subdivision for a 20-foot setback on the rear property line?
I can't really address setbacks. That's a planning issue. Typically, when somebody comes in for a variance in an area where an easement is involved, to accomplish that variance, they have to get rid of the easement.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe planning would weigh in on this, but shouldn't there also be a simultaneous application for a variance for a portion of a structure that's inside the building setback?
I assume that's going on through planning.
That's a separate issue, and that would have to come separately.
Our community development director is here. So.
Good morning, Stephanie Morano, Director of Community Development. If you could hold this item until later in the day so we could research it. We were not prepared to discuss it today.
Okay.
And we'll do the research for you on whether or not a variance has already been applied for. It's quite possible that the vacation is a requirement of a variance application that's already on file, but I don't have that information with us right now.
Okay. Well, I would suggest that we just, rather than pull this for consideration later this afternoon, just would there be any objection to my colleagues to just discuss it at our next available meeting?
Why don't you just move a continuance to
Yeah.
later today?
Okay, I move that we continue this item to the next available time.
Second.
Are we continuing this until our next meeting or until this afternoon?
No.
No, he's talking about the next meeting.
What's the CAO's recommendation on this?
Well, I think Stephanie's telling us she can come back this afternoon, and just in the realm of not continuing any more than you have to, if they're able to meet that, if that's okay, I'd say bring it back this afternoon. If you need more time, then it can be continued for a week.
Okay, all right. I'll amend the motion to have
If I might
discuss
add
this afternoon.
something?
Excuse me?
We do have, if I might add something, with this vacation action, we do have the concurrence of all the utilities in the area and the public works. So on the easement issue alone, there's no reason not to pass it because they're the only ones that have an interest in it.
Well, there was a sense in reading through this that if we did approve this, it would be like a de facto be an approval of what looks very much to me like an illegally placed structure. So it would be like our stamp of approval on where it's located, and I'm just not comfortable with that. And I'm also.
I think what he's trying to say, Russ, is that abandonment of the easement is not approval of the...
Okay, well, I know that he has also indicated, and I see all of these various sign-offs from the utilities, but one entity that I would expect to weigh in on this would be the Rancho Calaveras Homeowners Association.
Homeowners associations don't typically have any interest in public utility easements.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm still concerned enough about this. I'd like to discuss this afternoon.
Very well.
And the second holds with the...
All in favor of moving this out till this afternoon, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very well. Moving along to item number 10, public comments. This is the portion of the meeting where anyone wishes to address the board on an issue not on today's agenda is welcome to do so. We try to hold this to 5 minutes per person, 15 minutes per topic. Anyone? Hi, Joyce.
My name is Joyce Teckel. I'm here today speaking at the request of the Calaveras Planning Coalition and the Calaveras Community Action Project. The county is not conducting the general plan process in a way that inspires public trust. Meetings and workshops are still not announced widely and effectively. The input of citizens during the first round of workshops has not yet appeared on the county website, despite the fact that those meetings occurred in May and June. The workshop results have been promised for months. So we head into the visioning process during the holiday season with no access to how citizens described the county for the baseline report and having no chance to read or comment on a baseline report. So far, there is no evidence that the county is taking seriously the value or necessity of public participation in the general plan process. We are invited to meetings, but our input disappears from view, and the one report that has followed has not been made available in draft or final form for the public to read or comment upon. This general plan process is a great opportunity for the county to create its future, but the general plan that emerges will only have credibility if it is clear that the public has shaped it in open forums that matter. We request that the county release the workshop data and the baseline study before the next scheduled rounds of public meetings. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pat Gutman, and I'm a resident of McCallamy Hill and a member of the Calaveras Planning Coalition. And I have some questions and comments regarding the new general plan timelines. One of my questions is, does anybody know when the baseline report will be available for public review?
Just go ahead. This is just a time for public
and
comment.
then I understand the dates are set for the visioning workshops in the various communities. I recommend that the baseline report be available for public review at least 2 weeks prior to the first visioning workshop. We need to have a sense of where we are and what we have to work with before we can begin the process of visioning where we want to go. I recommend that notice be printed in the paper and notice to the community groups be made 2 weeks prior to the visioning workshops. And I also recommend that the workshops be conducted after the holidays to ensure the broadest public participation. It appears that the baseline report isn't ready for public review, so that probably would be good timing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis Downham, Sheriff. I want to invite the board, whoever would like to attend, to a meeting Friday, November 9th, regarding the state Tri-County Reentry Facility meeting. It'll be held in Lodi. The purpose of the meeting is to develop a planning team for the reentry facility for parolees that will be coming back to our county. Jeannie Voice and some community partners will be involved in it. I think Marita's coming, so any board member that would like to attend, I've got the agenda, location, that sort of thing here, and if you have any questions about it, I'd be glad to answer it, but mostly I'm just inviting you. If you can make it, then it'd be great. We need input.
What time is the meeting,
everybody.
Dennis?
It's at 9:30. It's at the Lodi Grape Festival Grounds, and it's in Lodi.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dana Squire, and my family, including my son, who's in the audience, owns the Valley Springs Home Center. We purchased the Valley Springs lumber business in January of 2004. We had a vision of providing quality products with excellent customer service and value prices in our market area. We immediately reorganized the store and added over $1 million of inventory, plus we hired 21 additional store staff. Over 90% of our employees live in Valley Springs, and 100% live within a 10-mile radius of Valley Springs. My son and his wife purchased some property about a mile from our business and began to build a new home about 6 months ago. This was a very difficult process for them. They are now within 15 days of moving in. With that background information, let me explain the impact of a slow growth or no growth policy has on a small business. After purchasing the business in 2004 and adding to inventory and staffing, our efforts were rewarded in 2005 and 2006. Our sales grew by 32% in 2005 and 12% in 2006. However, this year, 2007, our lumber sales are off almost 30%, 28%. We have reluctantly laid off 11 of our employees. Our tax dollars, which are shared by our county, have been reduced by over $100,000. In 2004, 5, and 6, we added an equipment rental service, a nursery plant department, and a kitchen and bath cabinet design service. We are now delaying our expansion plans to offer more services to our Valley Springs and our market community because we're not growing. Our political position is smart, controlled growth not no growth. And just recently, we toured the Trinitas project and firmly believes that this is an example of an excellent use of land and a smart, controlled growth environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Squire.
Good morning. My name is John Buckley. I represent the Central Sierra Environmental Research Center. Not to get into any of the issues that will be tied to the agenda today, but when someone brings forward good information about their business and about the economy and the challenge of jobs and layoffs, it's also important to put in perspective that Calaveras County is neither a slow growth nor a no growth county. In Tuolumne County right now, the lumber company, Sierra Pacific Industries, has laid off many of its workers at its Chinese Camp Mill because throughout the state, obviously because of the mortgage situation, because of foreclosures and others, there is a tremendous downturn in the building economy and in construction. And yet, as you will see later as you review the next item that tells about a report related to the urgency ordinance, the amount of residential development in the county has been high and the commercial development continues to be high. And the point of information I would share that you keep in mind as you hear concerns about people labeling the county as no growth or slow growth is that this board over the past few years has approved 5,000 residential lots and a large number of major subdivisions that are all available, and many of them have not even been built out yet because of the economy, not because you have not approved growth. So I just ask that you keep that in mind as you balance information. Thank you.
Stephanie Reno, Director of Community Development. I wanted to give you an update on our meeting with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service relative to a habitat conservation plan. We will agendize it at a future board meeting, but I just wanted to let you know that the talks were very positive. We met with not only our local field rep and her manager, but also the chief of the Conservation Planning Branch relative to the habitat issues in the Western Corridor in particular. They have committed to working with us on not only on moving forward with the Habitat Conservation Plan, but in working through some of the smaller projects that have currently been hung up because of lack of an HCP and mitigation bank here locally. So it was a very positive discussion. They are committed to working with us on that, as well as have made a commitment to help us with our public works issues and Cosgrove Creek cleaning issues. So that I think that it was a very positive meeting, established a good beginning relationship, and we look forward to coming back to you with more information shortly.
Thank you, Stephanie. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to address the board on an item not on today's agenda?
Catherine Jackson, member of the Planning Coalition. I wanted to put in a second appeal that the baseline be condensed in a clear way that the public could understand before you engage them in the issues, values, and visioning sessions. I wish Mentor were here, but one of the things that occurs to me throughout this county is there is a fervent emotion about what private property rights really are, and there will continue to be, as we develop these ex-urban communities, a clash between exactly whose private property rights are we addressing. You, as regulators, have an excellent opportunity to engage, and you have the courage to engage in this issue envisioning session exactly what you mean by that, how regulators can protect zoning laws. I think constituents have a lot of give and take in them. regardless of why they bought into the country, whether you're going to destroy or leave the trees they value. There's a lot of values beyond simple economics. There are amenities in this county that are worth a lot to you as private property owners yourselves. So this is just to say that the private property rights and public responsibilities that go with those must be clearly defined right up in the visioning and opportunities. There's an old song that Joni Mitchell made very popular, and in fact, this type of thing changed the American culture. And the little song went that, doesn't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. They took all the trees and put them in a tree museum. And then they charged all the people $1.50 just to see them. Don't it seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Thank you.
That's the first country western version of that I've heard.
Tennessee version.
Couldn't help it, could you? No. Okay. Very well. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board on an item not on today's agenda? Very well, we'll close the public comment portion and move on to item 11. This is discussion, possible action, adopting a written report describing the measures taken to alleviate the conditions which led to the adoption of ordinance number 2911 regarding urgency ordinance, prohibiting applications for certain uses that may conflict with the contemplated general plan update as required by Government Code 65858. This will involve the County Council Community Development Agency.
Good morning, Janice Elliott, Assistant County Counsel. I'm here before you to ask you to adopt a minute order that makes my written report, the written report you adopt for purposes of our urgency ordinance. This is required by the planning and zoning law at least 10 days before expiration of the current urgency ordinance or any action the board may take on that in the future. And if you have any questions, I'll answer them for you.
So, Janice, any time after 10 days, at the end of the month or 1st of December, it'll be agendized on whether we want to continue, modify, cancel the moratorium.
Yes, it's actually going to be, I can't see the calendar from here, but I'm agendizing it tomorrow. So it'll be whatever the board meeting is 10 days after that.
Okay.
I had one.
Go ahead, Steve.
I just, on the second page, bullet point number 2, lists meetings that I believe were the original round of meetings that were sponsored by the Community Development Department or agency, and it lists West Point. Actually, the meeting occurred in Railroad Flat, and there were additional community meetings in Sheep Ranch, Paloma, Moke Hill, Wilseyville, Mountain Ranch, and Railroad as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any further comments or questions from the board? The board's pleasure.
I'll move the...
You might want to open it up for any public comment.
Oh, of course.
Sorry.
No, that's democracy, Janice.
Didn't notice anybody else was here. Okay. Is there any public that would like to comment on item number 11? Very well. Now I'll entertain the pleasure of the board.
I move this and as a staff report modified for Supervisor Lewinsky.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries on a 5-0. Moving on to item number 12, discussion and possible action. Introduction of ordinances, 2 of them, amending Calaveras County Code as follows. The first, Title 13, Public Services, Chapter 1301, Stormwater Quality. And number 2, Title 15, Building and Construction, Chapter 1505, Grading and Drainage, Public Works. Morning, Michael.
Good morning. Mike Miller, Public Works Director. I'd like to make a few introductory comments summarizing the report, and then we have staff available for responding to your questions. Staff is requesting that Board formally introduce the grading and drainage ordinance and the stormwater quality ordinance for first reading and public testimony. A draft of the two proposed ordinances and a design manual were circulated in August for a 30-day comment period. Public hearing was held September 11th and closed the public comment period on the first drafts of the proposed ordinance, and a final draft was released on September 25th for a 10-day public comment period. The 10-day public comment period on the final drafts closed October 13th. After the closing of the formal comment period and today, staff has received only one comment from the public. On November 4th, we received a letter from the Calaveras Planning Coalition, and they requested staff not issue an occupancy permit until all grading was complete on projects. Staff does not support that request, as an ancillary grading may be postponed due to weather, which does not affect the use of a property. If this request were implemented, it could delay occupancy for months, for example, through a rainy season, for something as simple as incomplete landscaping. On October 25th, we held a 2-hour training class for the development and construction community on grading and stormwater pollution prevention, which is part of this ordinance. It was well attended, and last Friday, staff held classes for county field operations staff to ensure that our own projects complied with the new ordinances, if so passed. A second reading of the proposed ordinance is scheduled for 1 week from today's meeting, and if it is passed, it will become effective on December 12th. And along with the proposed ordinances, but by separate resolution, the Board would also be adopting a proposed fee schedule and a design manual. The fee schedule staff is proposing is anticipated to fully recover program costs. I'm here to answer your questions, and also we have a former staff member, your former Director of Public Works, now consulting engineer, who was the person that did the lion's share work on this ordinance, is available also.
Thank you, Michael. Comments or questions from the Board? Steve?
Just wanted to check on the progress of the fee schedule. I made some comments relating to my hopes that we would have a fee schedule, and I see in the summary that you've indicated you're headed in that direction, but the direction was that we would try to use fees as a function of policy as well, that we would raise fees from fines for people who failed to comply as a major portion of our revenues. And I wanted to check and see what the thinking was at this point on that.
The fee schedule is a tiered fee schedule, and we don't charge fees for up to 1,000 cubic yards, if I recall correctly. We use a notification process, and the balance of our fees are tiered, and they should fully recover all the costs related to this.
Okay, but in terms of raising monies for the program from increased fines for people who willfully violate this new ordinance?
Yes, the tier schedule will do that.
That includes that concept?
It does.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Miller, I have a question on the tiered permitting structure, Table 1, page 15, Section 3. Under exempt activities, it's towards the beginning.
Yes.
Okay, under exempt activities, it says construction work for exempt activities still subject to inspection by Public Works applicable enforcement, even though no permit's been issued. So when we go to page 5 of 14, which lists all the grading permit exemptions, how can we expect something if we don't know it's going to be done because they don't get a permit? That's what triggers staff to do something.
I'm going to pass the ball to the former Director of Public Works, who was here when this was prepared, rather than get myself into unstable ground.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Rob Houghton, representing Public Works. If I understand your question, why do we have provisions in there that apply standards to exempt activities if we don't have a mechanism for tracking and identifying them? Our intent with those provisions were really to indicate that simply because you are exempt from the permit requirements doesn't give you a license to cause harm to public resources. Our actions, our follow-up actions, would be triggered by either observations by inspectors in the field on other duties or by complaints provided to the department by the public, and that would give us really the authority to be able to respond to those complaints.
Okay.
Does that make?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it does. It's like if we catch you, we've got you, and if we don't, we don't.
Yeah, but you're right. We will not be aware of all grading in the county. There will be small projects that are not in our system unless they come to our attention because of harm to public resources.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Any comments from the public regarding this? Okay, it's back to the board for action. Oh, sorry.
Hi. My name is Pat Gutman. I'm a resident of McCallamy Hill, and I'm representing the Calaveras County Planning Coalition. And I want to make a couple of comments regarding 1505-190 of the grading ordinance. And that is, we applaud the many changes in the language throughout the documents to ensure that these documents are...
1505 what?
Oh, okay, 1505.190.
Thank you.
D. We applaud the many changes in language throughout the documents to ensure that these documents are strong and clear. We are especially happy with the language in 1505-190A of the grading ordinance and 10.1 of the design manual mandating final inspections for all permitted grading activities. We have not changed our position, however, on 1505.190D of the grading ordinance with respect to the issuing of a certificate of occupancy before all grading work is completed. We urge that you change the language to the following, and I'll read the language in number D, the way it's written now with the red line. No certificate of occupancy shall be issued for a permitted structure until the director has issued a notice of completion pursuant to this section. The owner may be requested to post an approved security with Public Works in a sufficient amount as determined by the director to ensure satisfactory completion of any ancillary work within a specified period of time. Now, we urge you to change the language to the following. No certificate of occupancy shall be issued for a permitted structure until the director has issued a notice of completion for all grading work, period. We urge that you strike, the owner may be required to post an approved security with Public Works in sufficient amount as determined by the director to ensure satisfactory completion of any ancillary work within a specified period of time. It is the coalition position that allowing citizens to occupy a construction site before all grading work is completed has the potential of putting them at risk. It is our view that the county should use the very best practices of risk management where the health and safety of its citizens are affected and not allow occupancy until all grading work is complete. As we all know, ancillary grading activities can have major impact. Thank you.
Just give it to Madeline.
Good morning, John Buckley again. I'll make this quick. As you know, your staff has heard at many meetings from your board has heard at many meetings from your own county staff that these ordinances are important and needed. And just for one example, that stop work orders weren't even enforceable before the grading ordinance has now tightened up the language and provided clarity. They're not only desirable to protect county resources, especially water, but they're in response to the clear mandated direction from the state. And the key thing that I would share this morning is a lot of times you guys hear from people who get up here and criticize county staff And throughout this process, you have heard nothing but praise for the county staff that have been involved in this. When the agricultural community came forward and said, this seems burdensome to us by the way it's written, they responded and modified the language so that it was not a burden for the agricultural community. They listened to many other people in the community and in a very responsive way did a high-quality job and created a high-quality product. So while I too believe that there is an opportunity to fine-tune that one point that was just raised by the previous speaker, the rest of the ordinance materials that are before you appear to be a great work product from an exemplary staff work, and I appreciate the chance to have been part of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other comments from the public? Back to the board for your comments and or action.
I guess I have a question. Again,
okay.
Maybe I'll call on Rob on this one since he has the institutional history. Rob, I understand the position of the department on why you do not want to make a change to 1505-190D. Has there been issues in the past? Have we had problems in the past that you can think of?
There have absolutely been significant problems in the past with certificates of occupancy being issued for incomplete projects. No question about that. And I think we agree substantively on the issue that the work needs to be substantially complete before notice of completion is issued and before certificate of occupancy is concurrently issued. I think the only thing that we differ on is procedurally how best to manage that and facilitate it to accommodate some unique needs of any particular development. I guess the example that was used, I think, is a useful example. You could literally have the entire job complete, finished, buttoned up with temporary erosion control, yet you have not installed your permanent erosion control landscaping, and only because it's in the middle of January. And we certainly wouldn't, I do not see that it's a threat to any public resource by allowing a certificate of occupancy to be issued for a project that is lacking only its permanent erosion control. And so creating a mechanism that would allow that to happen, yet at the same time protect the issues that the Planning Coalition is referring to, is the language we've strived to craft here. And I think we've done a pretty good job with that. And I'd call our attention to subparagraph B within that section that identifies the threshold as being substantial conformance with the grading plan. And I believe that gets to the heart of the issue.
And any security that is posted would be at the direction of the director based on the specific circumstances.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I have an additional question, sort of a follow-up to that. I think maybe what we're really struggling over is the definition of the word ancillary. The word that people are worried that it might be significant and potentially dangerous to people. Is there a way to you spoke just a moment ago and described in more long sentence than a single word, but could we incorporate that sentiment in here and define further the limitations of what would be moved forward?
I think that would be helpful, and we can add a definition within the design manual that identifies what constitutes ancillary features and suggest that they're certainly separate from the core grading issues.
Yeah,
and I think that would clarify some of those concerns.
Well, there has to be some degree of discretion because you just can't tell a person they can't move in their house because it's the rainy season. I mean, if there's no purpose in so doing, and particularly if they're willing to bond for whatever ancillary work needs to be done. Quite frankly, I don't have a problem with the way it's worded because I think there should be some degree of discretion, and the more you tie it down, then the less discretion there becomes, and you'll leave out other issues that should have some discretion associated with them. So for myself anyway, I'm not upset with the way it's currently worded. I think there needs to be some level of discretion. We're talking about a person's house and ready to be moved in, and you're saying, no, you can't move in. And you need to have sort of a reason, particularly if he's willing to bond for the ancillary improvements, which we do all the time on all kinds of projects. That's not unknown, and if it's basically weather-caused or some other reason that's valid, then I think the Public Works Director should have some discretion in so doing. So, those are my comments.
Stephanie Moreno, Director of Community Development. I just want to say from the building department's standpoint, we are okay with this as written. You need to recognize, however, that if there are health and safety issues relative to unfinished grading, we would not issue a certificate of occupancy. Those would have to be cleared. This is so the term ancillary really will be defined by actual on-site case-by-case situations as to whether or not there is a health and safety issue or not.
And all I'm suggesting here, I want to be real clear, is not the change in discretion, but a definition within which that discretion will be used so that we're not granting something that would be harmful to the health and safety of the person, of the applicant. And I think Rob suggested putting it in the definition form would not change language here, but would give a guideline to staff now and in the future to keep that in mind. Everybody seems agreed on that point. Why not put it in the definition?
Hello, I'd like to make one other point. Final erosion control is troubling to me because final erosion control leaves the public safety intact. Tuolumne County, their ordinance did not include any ancillary posting of bonds. They kept it clean and clear and said that basically that no certificate of occupancy will be issued for a permitted structure until the director has issued a notice of completion. It's basically that. It's not verbatim, but they did not put any posting of bonds for ancillary work. Thank you.
I have to say that I agree with Supervisor Tryon. There has to be some discretion here. And I have a lot of faith in our Director of Public Works to exercise that discretion. And I think the spirit of the entire section 1505-190 in its entirety takes in that consideration. I'm not sure what final erosion control would mean. We had a dry winter last year, and so it wasn't much. If you lived in New Orleans a couple of years ago, there's no such thing. So you have to have some discretion there, and if occupancy is denied because somebody hasn't put some grasses or some other erosion control in because it's because of issues that are not under their control, I would hate to see a home or a business stand empty because of the bad weather or what have you. They could bond for this. Bonding is not something that is foreign to us. We bond things all the time for future based on the need to do so because of weather and economic conditions. So I'm fine with it the way it is. Any other comments?
Well, I think what Steve was asking is, would we mind having something in the design manual as recommended? And Tom was saying, and what I'm hearing you saying, is let's leave that discretion to the Director of Public Works and the building inspectors, health and safety, as Stephanie said, and not tie the hands because everything is project specific.
Right.
So.
Mr. Chairman, I can see how with the if we were to adopt this Calaveras Planning Coalition's recommendation, it's conceivable it could have some pretty catastrophic financial ramifications for a project that the construction loan needs to be rolled over into a takeout loan upon the notice of completion. And this conceivably could put somebody in great financial jeopardy if their certificate of occupancy, their final on the house was held to the completion of their grading plans in that same circumstance that you were describing. I cannot support such a stringent wording on this. I agree that it might be helpful, and I would also recommend that the department work on the definitions to really more clearly define the ancillary activities, but leave the wording in the ordinance essentially or exactly the way that it is. So,
why don't you poll the board on whether there should be changes to the design manual?
Why don't I try a motion and see if it passes?
All right.
And I would move that the introduction of 2 ordinances amending the Calaveras County Code as follows. First, Title 13, Public Services, Chapter 1301.01, Stormwater Quality, and secondly, Title 13, Buildings and Construction, Chapter 15.02, Grading and Drainage.
Waive reading.
And waive reading.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries on a 5-0. Thank you very much.
The issue's still hanging out there on the design manual. I mean,
There's a resolution for the board on the design manual as well.
You study that and tell me what it says.
I thought we did them both.
no, we just did the ordinance.
The board's adopted has introduced the ordinances, but there's still the design manual.
So the question before us is, Steve would like the design manual having a definition. So poll the board, see if we agree or disagree on that.
So the question is?
Do we want changes in the design manual on definitions?
To be more specific, what I was suggesting is that we define the word ancillary in relation to this item D to make sure that we're not stepping into the realm of health and safety. We've already said that's what we intend. Let's just reduce that to writing and make sure we live by it. People who are here now understand it, but we do have occasional turnover of staff. And
supervisors.
And supervisors. And it makes plenty of sense to let our intent be known as we've already agreed today for future.
So you want to insert some wording that
not in the ordinance, but in
the
design manual.
What you just approved is an introduction. It has to be brought back for you. In the interim, the staff can come back and at the action address that topic of defining ancillary or the other concerns that have been expressed.
In the design manual.
And that's all I'm suggesting.
Just technically.
So when it comes back, it may have some modified wording in there.
Depending on what they do. All you're doing is saying you introduced it, you may pass that 5-0, you're telling staff, you heard what we said, or some of us have said, let's bring it back when you act on it, which, I don't know, what's that, 2 weeks, I'm assuming? Next week. They come back next week, they can tell you whatever you might want to hear or where they are on the topic of that.
But
then you can accept or reject.
But it's not going to be in the ordinance.
Correct.
It's going to be in the design manual.
That's correct.
And the resolution before us.
2 different topics.
That's correct. Is approving the adoption of the resolution today. If they make changes, then we postpone that adoption of the resolution and we move it out. It has nothing to do with the ordinances.
Correct. I guess I'm missing a subtlety here.
As I understand it, the design manual will be presented to the board for adoption by resolution next Tuesday.
That's right.
What I can do is bring a suggested language change for the design manual, and we can hear that issue at next Tuesday's meeting, and the board can vote as they choose to modify
you have
that.
the ability to accept or reject that. You have nothing before you to know what to do.
That's right.
If they bring you some wording, you then have a basis to accept
And
or reject.
you'll break that new wording out separate from what's currently before us. Okay.
I go back to, I don't support going to the work to do that, because you can give a couple of examples, but since everything's project specific, then if you define it, it starts locking you in. And again, if we trust the skills of the building inspectors and the director on what this is, then why are we having to define it? To put in a couple of examples is one thing. I don't want to lock
I'm not
us
recommending
in.
you accept or reject it. I'm just saying, for the matter, you just introduced it. You're not otherwise, you don't have any wording before you to consider an alternative. Rob and the staff can come back to you next week and say, if you want to change it, this is what you can do, and then you can accept or reject that
I
wording.
guess my thought is, I don't even want them doing the work.
I'm with Marita on this one. I want some degree of discretion, and I don't want to, once you define that, then everything outside that definition is no longer applicable. So I think you need some level of discretion, particularly on residences. I think I don't want to tell somebody they can't move in their home when they've basically done everything but some very minor thing for which the contractor's willing to bond, and the house sale can go forward.
Might that not take no more than 15 minutes to write something that they can consider?
That might be an accurate estimate, yes. And I can come
I
up
guess
with...
the point I'm making is I don't think it's a big deal, and I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. I tend to favor the side that Tom is advocating. I'm just saying to move the thing along, you're not, unless you want to draw the curtain down and say, don't spend the 15 minutes on it, it seems reasonable to give something for you to consider, and then you accept or reject.
I'd like to see him spend 15 minutes on it.
All right, spend your 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Phew. Everybody okay? Well, if that clock is right, we're going to take a 3-minute break right now. Okay. Item number 13 on today's agenda, discussion and possible action regarding 2005-143 Saddleback Hills, Martin Rodriguez LLC, request for zoning amendment and tentative subdivision tract map to allow the development of 133 single-family residential lots on 61.2 acres in the San Andreas Community Plan area. This is the Community Development Agency. This has been continued from October 16th and October 23rd of this year. So we'll open with the Community Development Agency.
Mr. Chairman, Robert Selman, Planning Director. You received from us a very short 2-page staff report with a very large attachment, which is all these supporting documents. It was the mitigated negative declaration, illustrations, the mitigation measures, and the findings necessary in order to approve this project. There were 2 relatively minor variations from that package that we need to discuss. I passed out 2 documents to you. One is a combination of these 2 maps that are on the back wall, and let me explain what those are. There are a few copies here on the lectern, so if you want to, if anyone needs to. In the original discussions on this map, there was an extensive discussion on the question of having 2 entry points onto Calaveritas Road. One was Saddleback Drive itself, and the second was a single encroachment to be shared by potentially 2 parcels in this area in here. The project proponents, in hearing this discussion, went back, took another look at this project, and they determined that they could reconfigure these 4 lots as shown on your prior tentative map, reduce it to 3 lots, and in fact end up with a configuration, and then this next map is just a blow-up, that puts only 3 lots, and all of the access for those 3 lots is on Saddleback Drive, which would mean there is only a single encroachment. So that was one of the board's discussions, and there was a lot of concern whether there should be 1 or 2. The applicants went back and considered their options, and they have voluntarily agreed and are asking you to amend the map to include this reduction from 4 lots to 3 and focus, in fact, require all of the access be off of Saddleback Drive rather than creating a second point of access on Calaveritas. So that is not, excuse me, that is, in staff's opinion, not a substantial change that requires any further environmental review or any, clearly you should open the matter to public discussion, but does not require any further mitigation measures That, if you approve it, would be an amendment to this map and constitute the final map, the final tentative map as you approve it. The exhibit merely shows all of the proximity of the zoning to all of these lots and was correct just so that it also shows just those 3 lots. I suppose in the alternate you could not approve this and stay with 4 lots, but that's, I think, not the direction the board was headed. The second matter is we received about a page and a half errata sheet from the proponents that they did manage to get through in a very short period of time our stack of documents, and we have, it looks like, get my page open, 8 areas where there may be a conflict in language. It appears most of those conflicts are over dates that occurred on public hearings, and we just need to get the record correct. There's some language about some of the existing exhibits, and we would need to, obviously, if your board ultimately approves the tentative subdivision tract map, we would have to slightly amend the final resolution to reflect the, I believe it's 132 lots now instead of the 133 that was presented to you. So again, very, very minor technical changes. We're going to ask that your board, in fact, open the public hearing and take any input, but we've got 2 options before you. One is continue this matter till later in the day to give staff a chance to take a look at these and verify that all the suggested corrections are in fact correct and they can just be incorporated. Or ask if there is a problem with that. We could talk about granting a conditional approval. I don't think that's the desirable approach because we don't want to have to come back and start doing corrections and amendments. So we would ask your leave to ask the public if it would be a great inconvenience to make just these last technical changes. So they are not substantive. We're just trying to make sure that what prior actions were are accurately reflected in the resolutions and findings of approval. So subject to any questions you may have from staff, we would recommend you look.
Any comments or questions before we open the public hearing again?
So, Bob, we would take all 3 actions this afternoon.
Yes.
Not split them?
Assuming you're going to move forward, you take all of your actions this afternoon, and they would be adopted, and we would just verify that all of the final documents are correct, and we will then subsequently present those final documents to the clerk for execution in their final form. And
then we would amend the resolution for the subdivision tract map.
That's correct, to reflect those 3 parcels if that's the board's desire.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'll open a public hearing for discussion of the change that was requested at the last public hearing, the last meeting regarding this project. There was concern over the access to 4 lots, some of that access being on Calvaritas Road, and the applicant has gone back and made those modifications pursuant to the board's wishes. And so this public hearing is open for any further discussion on that issue. Is there any member of the public which wishes to comment on that? Stand and be sworn. Actually, if anybody's going to say anything during this time, would you please stand and be sworn in at this time? Oh, well. This is just for the Saddleback, not for the next item. I do.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm Roger Pitto, president of Sierra Engineering Associates, and I am the engineer and the agent for Martin Rodriguez LLC, who are building this project. I'll sign it, else I forget. I don't need water today, I hope, because my allergies aren't as bad, but I'll be brief. I was asked at the last board meeting to go back and take a look at that flag lot and the access point, and I did go back and look at it, and I looked at the terrain and what have you, and I myself feel that though it's at a good place horizontally, vertically, I feel that it would have been a deficient connection. And I looked at those other lots, and that exhibit that I handed out to you that's on the wall there shows actually 3 building sites that are greatly preferred, at least by me. It reduces, there's very little grading on 2 of the 3 and almost no grading other than for foundations, and on the furthest one to the south, a little bit of grading. But actually this modification reduces 1 lot. We completely avoid the wetlands, and which is good. And we have 3 nice sites out there that is going to require the removal of fewer trees. So we're submitting that back to you, as Bob Selman said, and would ask that the amended tentative map dated October 15th be modified per that attachment. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Well, Roger, I think I'm going to remove my objection to your flag lot if this new configuration removes fewer trees, for heaven's sakes.
That was a joke.
Yeah,
folks.
I know it's a joke. Well, actually, you go out there, and that's a very heavily wooded area, and it was mined once, and it's kind of difficult. And going in and concentrating and looking at that, I think I came up with a better plan. And we don't take any frontage off of Calabritas, which was a couple of supervisors' concerns. There was one supervisor's concern about a flag lot, and I deleted that, and I think that's a preferred alternative.
Thank you, Roger.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Tom.
Does anyone else wish to speak to this issue? Or do you have questions for Roger?
Yeah, before Mr. Pitto goes away. I applaud what you've done. This 3-lot configuration, in my mind, is a superior solution. I do, however, have some continuing concerns about the this last exhibit doesn't show the extension of the stub street going off into the airport direction.
Oh, it just only covers that portion of it. The stub street is still, that just modifies what was lots 127, 128, 129, and 130 to new 129, 127, 128, 129. So it's just an attachment to the map.
Okay. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that. If you recall, I had some concerns about the buildability of lot 29 and 30 after the stub street was put through there, and you assured me that you could do that, and you were going to prove that you could today.
And I have those maps. If I could step away from the podium, I have 4 of these things back there. I grabbed them one over that.
Okay, if I could also remind the board that the maps that they're showing now are just to prove that it will work. It's not a part of the actual tentative. We had said that we would deal with it when we review the final map.
Final map? Okay.
Conformance.
And also that the colored map reflects only the zoning. It doesn't reflect any conditions of the front map.
Okay.
Right. I apologize, but my copy machine didn't put little dots where the actual building, the original submitted to the county did. But
thank you, Roger.
Out. I'll go back to the podium. One lot 30 was a particular concern, but we checked out 129 also, and if you use the setbacks, Lot 30 is going to have to take access off of what we're showing there is the temporary common driveway. And, yeah, why don't you show that to Russ? That's an expansion. Just, my copy machine took the lines out. But on Lot 29, with the setbacks, Lot 29 can take access directly off of Spur Court or the driveway that would come off of the future extension, and it has available to it net 4,366 square feet to build a home, counting the setbacks, which is larger than the homes that we're building. And Lot 30, our study indicates that we have 3,309 square feet, meeting all the setbacks, but it does have to take access, as I stated 2 weeks ago, off of the Spur Court extension because of the very narrow frontage it now has on Spur Court.
Okay.
But there, it's more than adequate to put a nice home in there.
Okay, well, I apologize for making you go through this gymnastics, but I was, I think, justifiably concerned about it. So
Certainly, and you don't want to offer. We are offering these to Habitat for Humanity, and we are doing it genuinely. And we did do that study.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this project and the modification that's being presented?
John Buckley of CSERC again. I fully recognize where the board's going on this, so I'm going to be brief and keep to the point. Our center acknowledges the benefit of the latest changes that Roger and his team have brought forward, and we do not see this as a significant amendment. We do restate, however, our concern that this change, combined with other changes throughout the process of modifications, combined with the grading and the 1,000 oaks that will be leveled and the scenic impacts, are one of the reasons why an EIR would provide for alternatives to be considered. And by considering alternatives in the same way that they went back to this situation and modified it to reduce the potential of the driveways coming out and creating a traffic hazard for some of the other issues that we have repeatedly raised and which were not considered with a detailed cumulative effects analysis, there could have been other alternatives as well. So I'm simply restating that our center still believes an EIR is appropriate, especially because you're approving yet another project under a general plan that this board has acknowledged is legally inadequate, which is why you're working hard to get a revised plan. So we acknowledge that in this particular case it's a positive change, and we thank the applicants for doing it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the modification on this project? Well, Alderman, going to bring us back to the board. What?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't want to go back and forth, but this project has gone through many alternative designs since 1990 when it was approved. Originally, it was modified 3 times. I think it's been modified and adjusted 4 or 5 times through this process, and we have reduced our footprint and all of the things I've previously testified to. So we have looked at many, many alternatives to get down to this design. I just wanted to put that back in the record.
Thank you, Roger.
I just want to take this opportunity as president of Habitat for Humanity Calaveras. My name is Lucy Thine, to say thank you to the developers for allowing us those 2 lots. That's a very generous thing on their part. Thank you.
Lucy, did you sign your name so they know how to spell it? Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members of the board. My name is Talbinder Bambra. I am an associate attorney with the Abdullah Law Group out of Sacramento, and we represent the Newlands. And I'm not here to talk about the issues of Calaveritas or the proposed changes that are before you today. I'm actually here to talk just very briefly about the issue of buckskin and the easement that's attached to the property that our clients own. We feel that it would be premature to vote to approve the proposed subdivision before the issues regarding the easement have been completely determined and fully determined. We concede that the developer does have an interest in the easement, but we firmly believe that it does not have a sufficient interest to move forward with its intended purpose. For one, we don't believe that the reservation of the easement flows to the entire subdivision, and in turn, by use by the entire subdivision of this easement is going to completely overburden the easement. And overburdening the easement is in turn going to lead to invalidating the easement. Now, the county should place, if possible, should place a condition on the developer to come to some sort of an agreement with our clients as to possible compensation for the use of the easement by the entire subdivision before the project is allowed to continue forward. Secondly, if the developer is intending to dedicate the road to the county for public use, essentially the same argument is going to apply. We realize that a dedication to the county for public use is allowed by the government code. However, one can only offer for dedication that which he has a right to offer. And as I stated earlier, we don't believe that the developer has sufficient interest to go forward with the subdivision as it is now. If the county decides to later on take the property through eminent domain, the county will have to justly compensate our clients for the taking of their land for public use. And if the county decides not to go forward or not to compensate our clients for the taking of their land, we'll be forced to bring an action in inverse condemnation. Either way, our clients must be compensated for the use of their property. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, could you ask you please to sign in as well?
Oh, yeah, no, not a problem. I forgot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, William Abbott, 2100 21st Street, Sacramento, for the applicant. As the board correctly noted, the scope of this proceeding is the discussion of the amendment of the map to deal with the encroachments onto Calaveritas, not with respect to the easements on Buckskin. That issue has been brought to the board's attention before. Briefly stated, while this board has tremendous discretion and legal authority, one of the things it cannot do is adjudicate the scope of an easement. It's the point we've made earlier. This easement has been reviewed by others. It has been insured by a title company. It's an easement in scope, which is 60 to 90 feet in width. It's not a 12-foot driveway easement. This was laid out to serve significant development. The zoning really hasn't changed since this easement was created, and we're building a project at roughly a third of the allowed zoning and density. So we think we're well within the scope. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further from the public? I'm going to close the public hearing, bring this back to the board. It seems that the last two meetings we have discussed this project thoroughly. We asked the applicant to bring back a report on our concerns. The applicant has done that, so as the Community Development Agency has indicated, we have a minor change in the map with regard to encroachment and the number of lots to consider, and a vote at this time would be appropriate. However, there's also been the errata sheet supplied with this, and it simply needs to be scrutinized to make sure that the dates, the times, the locations, etc., are in place so that there are no typographical or other specific errors in the text. So we will continue to take any comment from the board if they wish to at this time, but I'm going to continue the vote on this out until 2:30 this afternoon to give. Pardon me?
I have a suggestion.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, and subject to advice of council, we would ask that you actually make the 3 motions if you are going to make them, and then table those motions till 2:30 this afternoon for final vote.
Okay.
That would let the public know clearly what your at least what your direction is. If you get a motion and a second, you'll know where you are. If you don't, then we'll have further discussions and go from there. So, if I could, just a little bit out of order, what we would normally recommend. First would be that you make a motion to consider whether or not you will accept the Amendment A, which is the revision to the tentative map that shows 3 lots versus 4. If that's, or excuse me.
You want a motion on that?
I would ask that you do it so it's excuse me, so it's clear that the map you are going to consider approving includes that option, and there's no doubt about it.
Bill, you're supporting that, I assume.
Yes.
Okay, let's just do them one at a time.
Tom, let him finish, please.
Well, why don't we do them one at a time? So
we'll do it after we get the motions. Okay?
No, I mean, I have a question I would like to ask council.
All right.
Jim, what is the risk to the county of this issue on Buckskin? I mean, if we take action on this project, where do we have some culpability, some vulnerability on this?
Well, I don't think that this board has the authority to make judgments as to the scope of the easement. Beyond that, that's not a question, respectfully, that I could answer publicly and without a lot of study.
May I follow up for a minute? But the question, it seems to me, is how critical is that to the project, and should the project be subject to a determination? Because obviously, if you build the project out and the determination is that it's a restricted easement or constricted, whatever, then we have basically a project and inadequate access. So at what point? I mean, it is tied to the project. At some point, you have to say, well, we need to know this before you proceed.
Well, I would defer to the planning department as to whether that additional condition could be added at this point.
And should we not be indemnified?
Well, you need that too.
It might be in there. I don't.
We have the ability to add that as a condition to the map. The reality is, if you add it as a condition to the map, not willing to follow it up with eminent domain action later on, that the condition goes away.
Well, I think
so that's one issue.
Well, I'd rather do that and have the developer pay the cost of eminent domain than to go forward and all of a sudden we need it, it's built out, the developer's gone, and we approve the project, and the county pays the cost.
Okay, but the other issue is that the whole reason that we did it this way is to avoid having that as a thoroughfare out to 49 for general public purposes, so it would defeat the choking down of the road and the fact that we don't want people to use that road for circulation off of Calaveritas, which could therefore raise additional neighbor and public concerns from other people that were originally raised in the public hearing. So I would think that if you add that condition at this point, you're going to have to reopen the public hearing.
How critical is that, is the definition of that easement to this project?
I do not believe that the way we've done the project right now, it is critical. It still might be a civil issue.
But we do have in here that whatever rights the developer has to that easement are going to be offered for dedication to the county.
And it is not our intent, or is not my understanding that it is our intent to go any further other than what is already in place on that easement.
Okay, so the county will have whatever right the developer has, and the county has the right if the future public, if a public benefit in the future dictates that road needs to be improved, we have the ability to do so within whatever the rights of the developer are.
Yes, we do.
And if I recall correctly, the meeting 2 weeks ago, we discussed this thoroughly, and that the applicant, the developer, has made, as Roger indicated, many modifications to this project, one of which is the traffic calming designs for this road that comes through. I believe initially folks were talking about a thoroughfare, a shortcut, as it were, that would increase the traffic coming from Calaveras Road, perhaps even Mountain Ranch Road, out to the highway. And instead of that, they've come through the subdivision. They've put a traffic calming device at Calaveras Road and Saddleback Drive, and also at the other end of it where it goes on to Buckskin, to discourage people from doing that. And at the last meeting that we discussed this, I believe we determined that that was adequate and that the developer does maintain interest in that and right-of-way and has the right to use it. So that was pretty much...
We also determined that that mitigated the concerns that were raised in the public hearing from several of the neighbors.
Yeah, and that was determined at our last meeting, so...
Are you ready for your motions?
I am.
Or the chair? Okay. And you're supporting these? This is in your district bill, so you support.
First motion.
Okay. State the first motion.
Would be to accept the Exhibit A as amendments to the tentative map as filed and constitute the map that you will be considering subsequently.
Okay, I will move that motion.
Second.
Okay, you want to hold it there then. Okay, what's your second one?
Second, that you approve the mitigated negative declarations with the findings and mitigation measures as set forth in the staff report, with a further finding that the change that you just adopted does not constitute a significant change to the environmental review requiring recirculation or any changes to the environmental documents.
I will move that motion.
Second.
Third would be to approve the ordinance rezoning the property as set forth in the ordinance and as reflected on the maps.
And I'll so move that motion.
And I'll second
as a
that.
motion.
Now, would you like a motion to table?
Yeah.
Not yet. We don't want to go. The fourth actually is to approve the tentative map with the conditions, notations, findings as set forth and as amended by your first motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, now, what time this afternoon do you want to bring this back?
2:30 to allow us to verify the...
What do we have at
2:30? Corrections.
Okay.
We have a study session at 2.
Okay, then I would move that this item be continued until 2:30 this afternoon.
Table the motion.
The motion's tabled.
Okay, Rita?
Continue table, what's the difference?
On the mitigation, again, I brought this up
We can get a second.
when we just...
Excuse me.
We've got a
Chair,
motion.
you have a motion that you
Yeah.
to table, and you don't yet have a second.
I'll second that.
Sorry.
Okay, excuse me. I don't mean to...
Thought I did.
Okay.
Very well. We have a motion and a second for all 4 motions.
No, yeah, okay. Well, this last motion is to continue this item or table, whatever you, until 2:30 this afternoon.
All right.
And that we should take a vote on.
Yes. Yes, you'll take
We've got a
vote
motion
on
and a
that.
second, and call for the question on this motion to table.
All right, all in favor of the motion to table?
Aye.
Opposed?
Let's continue.
That
Can I
motion
ask a
carries.
question on the mitigation?
Yes.
Because we haven't voted yet. Thank you. Again, I brought this up prior. Any funding that comes from the Oak Woodlands, the 195 or 65 or whatever it is, it's not clear if it goes to the county or the state. It can only go to the county if we have an Oak ordinance. It cannot come to...
Actually, we are holding any money that we claim in a trust in the county and, until our ordinance is approved, and intend to use it locally.
And so we don't have a trust fund established.
We have
yet
a trust
for
fund
that.
established. We already have money in it. Yes.
So does that not need to be in here?
I don't believe so. The requirement is the payment. I think it's sufficient that reflected it can be
Okay.
either to the state or to the county.
So based on the motions that were just made on the 3 items, and based on the radish, I mean, 'cause I haven't looked at it, you're going to look at it, and it says, here's a resolution approving the mitigated negative deck, section 7.14 should be removed. Then there's something should be added. I mean, so we might have to go back and modify the motions that were made based on what we're giving. All we're trying to do now is give an indication to the public that there are at least 2 votes to approve the project.
That's all you have as far as indication to the public. It's my understanding the changes that are suggested on the errata sheet are not actual changes to any of the considerations or approvals. They are merely corrections of the documents to accurately reflect what the record is. It's not changing the record. It is just making sure that it is full and complete and correct.
But the corrections were submitted by the developers, so we want to verify.
And with which you do not know yet if you agree or disagree. That's the time you want to then bring back and say what you agree or disagree and modify as necessary at 2:30.
Absolutely.
Okay. So we have 3 motions and the 4th to continue this until the vote at 2:30 today. Is that correct?
Correct.
4 motions.
And a vote to table.
So we've taken the vote.
Yes.
Okay, we have 3 motions that we will vote on
Continue and one
at 2:30 this afternoon.
to move it to 2:30.
Okay. And that concludes the business for this item.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take a short recess so that we can reshuffle the papers here. Back to order, and we will proceed now with item number 14, the Rigid Trinitas discussion and possible action regarding minute order directing staff on whether to include the golf course in baseline for environmental review, Community Development Agency, and County Council. I want to remind all of the folks here that this item on the agenda is not for approval or disapproval of the project, nor of the environmental impact report. We are here to discuss exactly what's on the agenda, and that is to whether to include the golf course in the baseline for the environmental review. So try to keep that in mind, please, out of respect for time and the others that are here. Also, although it's not a public hearing, we're certainly going to invite public comment. And again, out of respect for others that are here, try to keep your comments within 5 minutes. And also, please attempt not to be redundant. If somebody's already beat up one subject for 5 or more minutes, then let it be said that that's been discussed and you can move on to something else. It'd be appreciated by everybody here. So, having said that, at this point, I'll turn it over to the Community Development Agency and the County Council.
Janice Elliott, Assistant County Counsel. I agendized this issue for board discussion and possible action because the issue of whether or not the golf course should be included in the baseline for the environmental review of this project is probably the most often comment that we see on this project, both in writing and verbally during any hearing on this project. And before we go any farther, to complete this environmental review, staff wanted to do 2 things. Let the board know why staff chose the baseline as including the golf course, and also note that that particular issue is a discretionary decision for the board to do because the decision is left to the lead agency under CEQA, and that is the Board of Supervisors as the final decision-making body. So in order to get some direction from the board, what I have done is given you a short memo on what CEQA says. And what CEQA basically says in the guidelines of Section 15125A is that the baseline is normally established at the time that the notice of preparation of the EIR is published. When the notice of preparation went out on this particular project, the golf course was already in existence and was therefore considered by staff to be part of the baseline. However, you'll note that in this guideline it does say it is the normal baseline is the time the NOP goes out, and case law makes it clear that the board can pick a different baseline for purposes of environmental review if it has substantial evidence to support that decision. I also gave you 2 bullet points. Basically, the first one says the golf course was in existence at the time the NOP was published. The second bullet point is the Fatt versus County of Sacramento case, which was similar to the decision making that staff did here, which was in fact that there were potentially some illegal uses out on this property. That's an issue that's in somewhat dispute between the applicant and certain staff members. But in any event, the applicant did come in and make an application to cure secure all of the uses being done on the property. And normally, while the county is reviewing an application for entitlements to cure what are in essence code compliance issues, staff's been directed not to do code compliance on those issues. That's another topic that comes up routinely is why aren't we shutting down the golf course? And we're following board direction that the applicant is trying to cure those entitlements during this process, including the EIR that's being reviewed. The other purpose for this particular hearing is that the applicant is entitled to notice and the opportunity to be heard on this issue, and the applicant and the applicant's attorney are here to be heard on that issue. And you should also hear from the public so that you can at least have evidence as to where you want to go with respect to the baseline issue. And if there's any questions, I can answer those later.
Any questions initially of Janice?
No. Go away. Thank you.
Okay. Does the CDA have any comments before I start with the public?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Okay. I will move out to the public. Does the applicant wish to address this issue at this time?
Mr. Chairman, I've been sworn William Abbott for the applicant, Mike and Michelle Nemi. I understand the board's direction comments to be limited to 5 minutes and specifically to the baseline.
Well, you know, if you smile, Marita's my timekeeper, so maybe if you're real nice and smile, she'll give you an extra minute or two.
Well, I'll try to keep it at 5 to 6 minutes. The issue for the board's consideration today is whether or not the board should now modify the baseline assumption that has been used in the draft EIR, the existing environmental document. As highlighted in the materials that we submitted late last week on behalf of the NEMIs, the county is 3/4 of the way through the EIR process. Along the way, the county has made various determinations regarding what is allowed and what is not with respect to the Williamson Act and with respect to zoning. All of this has bearing on the decision now pending before the board. And our materials go into great detail, but I just want to highlight just 1 or 2 points that I think is very relevant to the discussion and emphasize those. In terms of history, prior to purchasing the property, the NEMIs consulted with the County Ag Commission. As I understand it, this is the individual who's charged with making determinations of compatibility of land uses under your Williamson Act program. So this was the due diligence that was done before the property was bought. And in that conversation, there was discussions regarding whether or not a private use golf course would be a compatible use under the Williamson Act. And the answer to that question was in the affirmative. So this is not a situation in which someone did not go through the proper steps of consulting with the regulators before proceeding. They were advised that a golf course for private use would not violate the Ag Preserve zoning or the Williamson Act. Early on, neighbors contacted the county regarding grading activities. And the work that was done on site was reviewed by the county's grading officer. This county representative concluded that no grading permit was required. The materials have been previously submitted, and I quote, "Grading permit not required, case closed." So here we have a fairly early analysis by county representatives that said that the grading activity that took place out there was not illegal. And it makes sense. If you look, from my experience working on golf course projects in the foothills, the beauty of the lower foothill belt as compared to other areas is that it requires far less grading in order to create a beautiful course. So that experience is not inconsistent with the experience of golf course developers elsewhere. The county grading official directed the owner to make the appropriate filings with the state of California, which the NEMIs did, and to comply with those conditions of approval, which they have. Later on, another issue was presented to the county as to whether or not the golf course was allowed by the zoning. Again, the county's code enforcement officer concluded that a private use golf course was not prohibited by the county code. And I quote, "The county cannot stop a person from having a private golf course. NEMI can have as many friends over to play golf as they want." Now, people may disagree with that assessment, but the point is this is not a situation in which a private property owner has operated in a vacuum. They were advised with respect to the County Ag Commissioner. They were advised with respect to grading. They've been advised with respect to zoning. And that is all part of the backdrop that is relevant to your considerations today. But this is not the end of the issue. In fall 2005, the county solicited EIR proposals for this project. The consultants were advised, the consultants that were asked to submit proposals were advised during that process that the golf course was part of the baseline. The consultant's scope of work that was then submitted to the county for review was consistent with that direction from staff, both in terms of budget and scope. In January 2006, the county issued a notice of preparation for the EIR. This NOP stated that the golf course was part of the baseline. In February 2006, staff wrote in response to a public inquiry that the existing physical conditions would be used for the EIR, and that would include the golf course. Tens of thousands of dollars have been collected by the county from the applicant to generate this EIR, predicated on that baseline. The draft EIR has been circulated, comments have been received, and at this point in time, the final EIR needs to be written. So today, 22 months after this county issued the notice of preparation, you're being asked to go back and revisit a fundamental issue and decision that was made at least 22 months ago. Essentially, the board is being asked to disregard the history and to ask this process to start over. County Council correctly cites the appropriate CEQA guidelines and case law. These legal materials stand for the proposition that the standard for the baseline are the existing physical conditions. As she correctly pointed out, the board does have discretion. That discretion is based upon substantial evidence. In none of the cases that deal with this code section have the board done what it's being asked to do today, and that is 22 months into the review process, roll back the baseline. And so I would offer a different interpretation or an application of those rules to the facts at hand. The decision of the board, while it has discretion, is a decision that still has to follow precepts of law. None of the cases that are out there that deal with this issue deal with the facts that we have here, where you have interpretations by staff that have cleared the land work that has been done by the applicant, and 22 months after the NOP is issued. So I would respectfully argue that while the board enjoys great discretion, this is not a situation in which it has discretion that can't be reviewed by a court. And I think that to now reverse the decision would be error. Where energy needs to be spent is to finalize the EIR. This document will bring together the technical analysis, the arguments for and against the project, and put it in a manageable format for the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, and position you to make an appropriate decision. As it stands right now, as we anticipate the members of the public are going to ask the board to make a substantive decision on the project before you have a complete environmental document. The baseline that is in the draft EIR is both factually and legally correct. In terms of the comments that have come in on the draft EIR, as was pointed out by County Counsel's office, a number of them deal with this baseline issue, and I want to underscore that point. That is, in large part, a significant number and the basis of the comments that have made on the draft EIR. The comments that have been made, at least in my experience, are not extensive either in terms of the number of issues or the depth of analysis. And at least in my assessment, final EIR can be readily prepared. That the volume of comments by themselves is not telltale in terms of the EIR analysis that's been done to date. We're prepared to discuss a number of issues that potentially could be raised today. We've confined our comments strictly to baseline. We'd like the opportunity to respond to the board if there's additional testimony that goes beyond the baseline question. We'd be happy to answer any questions on the baseline issue or any other questions that the board may have.
Any questions of Mr. Abbott at this time? Okay, thank you, Mr. Abbott, and certainly we'll give the applicant's representative an opportunity to respond to issues that haven't been covered in your initial presentation. This time, I'm going to ask that we'll take on more public comment at this time. Try to keep your comments brief and non-redundant, but above all, please try to remember that what the issue is that we're addressing here today, and that is not the adequacy of the EIR. It is not the approval of that, nor is it the approval of the project. We're attempting to determine if the appropriate baseline is being used in the draft EIR. So I'll invite members of the public to come to the podium if they have comments.
Mark Conley, 121 East 11th Street, Tracy, California. I'm the attorney representing Keep It Rural Calaveras. First of all, I am going to restrict my comments strictly to the issue about the baseline. I break it down into two ways of analysis. One, there's policy issues that this board has to decide, and there's legal issues that this board has to decide. The policy issues are, one, does the board want to set a precedent in this county where a developer or a project sponsor is going to benefit from violating certain laws? Secondly, is it going to allow a developer or a proponent of a project to benefit by proceeding with a project prematurely, even if laws were not violated? Does it want to set those precedents because there are other developers in this county who are going to read that? I have litigated development cases. I understand how developers operate. I've represented developers. I've represented groups opposing developers. An attorney representing a developer's job is to try and get that project to move forward. And we look for ways of doing that. Currently, in the law now, the law is, as county council stated, that you have discretion. But usually what's on the ground at the time of the notice of preparation is the baseline for the EIR. Attorneys representing developers realize that. And so the new precedent is to get as much on the ground, legally or illegally, that you can before that notice of preparation is issued. And what's happened in this case, wittingly or unwittingly, is that you have been placed in the position of a strange set of facts with an entire golf course constructed with no environmental review. An appalling, unusual situation. But the question that's being presented to you again on a policy level is whether or not the burden of that problem is going to be borne by the public in terms of you not having the information you need to make a correct decision, or if it is going to be borne by the developer, proponent of the project, who will carry that burden by being required to provide you with the information you would have had the project proceeded normally. And let's take a step back. If this golf course was not on the ground today, if it had not proceeded prematurely, either legally or illegally, you would have to analyze today the water consumption of this project as part of an EIR, as part of the baseline. No question about it. Mr. Abbott won't dispute that. Nobody will dispute that. But for whatever reason, intentional, unintentional, improper permission given to proceed at various stages, which I'll talk about briefly, we are here now with a project that shouldn't be at this position. From a public policy point of view, I would argue to you, as public officials representing the public, your primary concern should be to get the information you need to make the correct decision. And the law, as Mr. Abbott will agree, provides that the developer is going to bear the cost of those additional studies. And in truth, that's social justice in this case. If he proceeded prematurely and built an entire golf course, it shouldn't be the public who bears the burden in terms of being deprived of information so you can make an appropriate decision. It should be the developer who bears the cost of having to do the additional studies, to bear the burden of the additional delay, if there is an additional delay, so that you have the information to make the correct decision. So we're not looking back months from now trying to correct that policy decision. And there are legal issues that have been raised as well. Let's leave the policy issues and talk about the legal ones. In Mr. Abbott's letter of November 2nd, he tells you that there's kind of a compromise where they have now conceded that the no project alternative, one of the no project alternatives, has to exclude the golf course as if it doesn't exist. That's not a concession. That's the law. And that's what I wrote in my comments to the EIR. But what he's not willing to concede to you is that the baseline in this particular case needs to consider as if the golf course wasn't in existence today. County Council has correctly cited the law to you in terms of your discretion. And again, I remind you, it's not just what the law requires, it's the public policy issues I've talked about. But let's talk about the FAT case, which is cited by County Council, the 2002 case. That was a case where there was an airport that had been in existence 30 years. And the last line of that decision, written by Judge Callahan in this 3rd Appellate District, was that the board could reasonably have found that the proponent was trying for the first time in 30 years to make an illegal use legal. The facts couldn't be any different than what you have before you now. This wasn't a golf course that's been in existence 30 years, and somebody's coming in trying to make it legal because there are additional entitlements that they want. This is a case where the entire illegal golf course was constructed within the last 5 years, with the purpose, quite probably, of trying to avoid CEQA review. Let me go through what Mr. Abbott just talked about in his letter and show you the legal fallacies and the policy fallacies in the things that he states. His philosophy is 2 wrongs or more can make a right, okay, which is not good public policy again. If there were mistakes made for whatever reason, get the information. That's what the issue is here today. He talks about, first, that the Ag Commissioner gave permission for his client to proceed with the project and build a golf course on Williamson Act land. The Ag Commissioner does not have authority under law to grant permission for anybody to violate the Williamson Act. There are cases, some of which I've been involved litigating, that make it clear. Golf courses are not allowed on Williamson Act property. There is no dispute about that. Mr. Abbott is a very well written, you can go to his website, he understands the law. If you're going to build a golf course on Williamson Act land, don't rely on a government official. And the case law is clear too. You don't have a right to rely on a government official if you break the law. You have to get your own attorney. If you're going to build a golf course on Williamson Act land, and verify what the law is. Secondly, he said that he had sign-off on the grading. The sign-off on the grading was based on the false representation to Mr. Waller that they were merely clearing some brush. And that's clear in the record. I'm going to assume that Mr. Waller had been provided the accurate information at the time that we're building a professional golf course on Williamson Act land, and that's why we're grading and we don't have a permit. There would have been a problem. Third, he talks about the golf course as being allowed in the AP A1 zone. He doesn't mention them specifically. I don't care whether Mr. Waller gave permission or made some statement about it, what it was. I've read your AP zone, your A1 zone. Your zoning ordinances are based on uses that are allowed in those areas. First of all, the AP zone is Williamson Act. It's not allowed under Williamson Act even if your ordinance in AP said it was. Your AP ordinance and your A1 ordinance and your recreation ordinance all state the uses that are allowed in those zones. They are not written to say anything that's not mentioned is allowed. They are written to say the following uses are allowed. So simply you read down an A1 zone, an AP zone, and if the use you want is listed there, you can do it. Golf course, private, public, profit, non-profit, small, large, any kind, is not listed in the AP zone. It's not listed in the A1 zone. It is listed in the recreation zone. So there is no dispute, reading your zoning ordinance, that when this golf course was constructed in the A1 or AP zone, it was in violation of your ordinances. His letter mentions the fact that some people from Fish and Game came out and looked at the project and didn't find any violations. That's not the way you get stream bed alteration approval for a project. Mr. Abbott knows that. The project sponsor knows that. You don't come out and say a Fish and Game warden walked through the project and didn't have any problem with it. There are going to be significant problems probably in terms of stream bed alteration, not to mention the Corps of Engineers and wetland alteration on this project. There's mention in Mr. Abbott's letter of November 2nd about Mr. Metzger assessing the property for the irrigation system. That's not the issue in terms of Williamson Act cancellation. In terms of Williamson Act cancellation, there is an assessment that can equal 50% of the value of the property in some cases. That's the issue here. And again, Mr. Metzger, the county assessor, doesn't have the authority to authorize Williamson Act violations. If there's a problem here with Williamson Act, that's likely to be taken up by the AG's office from the state. Finally, I don't usually see this until projects are much further along, where a developer's attorney comes along and says, wait, we're too far out down the road for you to possibly change this. We have a vested right to proceed with this project. Look at all the money that we've invested in the project. This is absolutely the appropriate stage for you to decide whether the baseline is wrong. Don't wait any longer. earlier you were actually considering a motion to terminate the project because there was concern that the developer was going to throw bad money after bad. In spite of that fact, now you have the developer coming in front of you saying, look at all the money I've spent. I should have the right to go forward with the baseline that I have. Forget the policy issue. That's not the law. You have accepted comments on the EIR. You can change the baseline. You can require additional studies. Mr. Abbott isn't going to cite you a single case that says that you cannot do exactly what we're asking you to do today on behalf of Keep It Rural Calaveras, which is to provide yourselves with the information that you need to make a fully informed decision, which is to change the baseline. And I am going to wrap it up. I expect that there'll be somebody that'll come into you today and say, boy, this is such a beautiful project. Look at this golf course. And I make an analogy to someone who's stolen a diamond and walks up in front of you and says, look at this beautiful diamond that I took. And you say, but it's stolen. Well, it's beautiful. Well, you have to return it, but it's beautiful. You have a stolen diamond. Somebody didn't comply with the law. It doesn't matter how beautiful it is, how much they want to keep it. You have to comply with the law. We will Keep It Rural Calaveras stand behind you. There was an implied threat by Mr. Abbott when he said, and I quote, this is not discretion that can't be reviewed by a court. If Mr. Abbott challenges your decision to change the baseline to require the exclusion of the golf course, to consider the golf course's impacts, I assure you, Keep It Rural Calaveras and I will be there to defend that decision in court against any challenge that may be made by this developer of this golf course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly.
Hello, my name is Darrell Rusk. I'm at 101 Melcher Lane, Burson. It's already written in. Thank you. And you know that I've spoken before and I get mouthy. I sometimes apologize for that. Not today. I do have, he mentioned a beautiful horse, and what I'd like to do is just each of you, your names in the corner.
Darrell, are we supposed to read that before we vote today?
No. It's simply a lot of work that I did, and I hate for my work to just not go anywhere. I took the pictures, and I spent the time putting together the notebooks. It's a nice area, but there are also some junky areas in it. Musical notebook. Anyway, hopefully I spelled your names right. That's what's important. An issue is raised about going back and changing decisions that have been made. And I have a question. I live in Burson. Okay. I have 6 acres. Who exactly do I go to and ask questions about what I can do on my property? That's my property. But where do I turn to ask questions? I would think that I would turn to the county, that I would turn to the state, Fish and Game, and Water Resources. I'd find out what they'd say, and then I'd go forward. But then, if, as a Board of Supervisors, you were to go back and retroactively change the rules, I'd be bothered. Steve, you represented employees and unions for a long time. This afternoon, you have a hearing or an informational session regarding HR, human resources. Well, how would it be if an employee were told that he violated a new rule 2 years ago and he's going to be penalized, maybe even fired, because he violated a rule that was just made? Retroactively, how could that employee trust the boss? Retroactively, how can I, as a citizen on my 6 acres, how can I trust the county or the Board of Supervisors? How can any developer, and developer is not a bad word. It's actually more than 4 letters. Developer is not evil. But if any developer wanted to come in and build something and they followed all the rules, all the rules that they understood that occurred, would they automatically have to wander their way through the courts instead of simply trusting the people who are hired and put in place to do the job? I'd have a real problem with that as a property owner. If I can't trust you not to come back down on me, on my 6 acres, 3, 4, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and change the rules where I live, I have a real problem on just who do I trust and where do I live. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Hey, it doesn't weigh as much now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Rodriguez. I live on Southworth Road, about a mile from the golf course. And I just want to respond to that gentleman who said that you're retroactively making changes. That's not the case, because 2 years ago I was in the community meeting at the Burson Fire Hall, and Mr. Nemi said that the golf course would be for private use. So he's the one who's making the change, and you're just needing to respond to that. A comment that I want to make sure you know about is that our well has decreased since 2005 from 20 gallons a minute to now 12 gallons a minute, and that can be verified. We also have an additional problem of sand and sediment in our water. We've spent $5,000 on a new pump and tank, and there's been no improvement. We're at 320 feet. We've been told by the well specialist that we need to spend another $7,000 for a holding tank. If you had driven around our neighborhood a few years ago, you would have seen that there was virtually nobody with a holding tank. I think there was one person. Now if you drive around, you'll see numerous holding tanks. And one neighbor of mine only gets 2 gallons a minute. So it's a real problem, the water issue. Our grass has died, our landscaping has died, because we don't have enough pressure to irrigate our landscaping. And I can prove by pictures that we used to have a nice yard a few years ago, and we no longer have a nice yard, unlike Mr. Nemi. So I urge you to not include the golf course in the baseline. If you do include the golf course in the baseline, you will just be granting a development or the license to do things the wrong way without seeking prior approval. That's all I have to say.
My name is Frances Sands, and I live, in the Wallace area. I was
Frances,
going to make
would you sign in as well, please?
I shall do that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I was going to make comments concerning water, but being that the previous speaker just mentioned that, it would be redundant. But I do need to say, it's terrible to have to go back and redo something that has already been done. But my comment is, if you don't do it right in the beginning, that is the risk you run. And I also need to mention, again, California.
Excuse me, Francis, I want to interrupt you for just a minute. Those of you that have telephones or alert devices, could you please put them on the silent mode during this hearing? Thank you. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Oh,
Francis.
I thank you. And I do need to I don't need to remind you, you can see it. California is in a period of drought. Not only the state of California, but just on the news yesterday, there is a city in Tennessee where the people who live there have a 3-hour window to where they can use water. They do not use their water in that 3-hour period. Their tap, they turn on the tap, no water comes out. It's that simple. And again, I remind you, if you don't do it right in the beginning, that is the risk you run. Thank you.
Yes, I signed. The only reason I'm jumping ahead is I have to go across the street for surgery very shortly.
Good luck.
So, no, the surgeon's wonderful. He worked on this side. Now this side he has to make bionic. But this is the only reason I had to jump in, so forgive me. First of all, it is still good morning, so good morning to all of you. And I really like your mission statement. And there's one part I'm going to really kind of play on. To protect personal liabilities for all of its citizens. Thank you. And I am at least one of those.
Pardon me, did you state your name, ma'am?
Yes, sir, I did. Joan Bold.
Thank you.
My feeling is this: you must make your decisions on the pre-golf course conditions, not what exists now. The decision to let someone get away, which you've heard, breaking so many laws, opening Pandora's box for others to do the same. The developer did not follow your cease and desist several times. Should they be disregarded and rewarded for doing that? You're the governing factor. I had a dream here 7 years ago. It's become a nightmare. So please give me and others our dream back. I just want to say, make your decision. It's one of the most important things for so many hundreds of people here and people moving in. Each of you, please, take a ride from Highway 12. Go down Southworth Road at T intersections to Hospital and Southworth. Continue Hospital around, and I brought some pictures at your leisure to look at areas where you can see coming off Southworth, starting Hospital. I was almost annihilated by a truck. This is not done by a truck, by the way. Go down, and I wish you luck on the famous Hospital roller coaster section. But don't take it, just take it during the day. Then I want you to take it at night or in the tulip barn. I want you to see that there are no easements. They are gullies. It's a very narrow 2-lane road. Can you imagine when you're driving, say, from 26 or the other way, suddenly in the dark, it's all this lighted area. It looks like a mall. There's noise. There's people that have been drinking, eating, they're tired, trying to come on to that road. And if you look at the roller coaster, you can't fill in, which it's a top, you can't see the bottom. You don't know what's there until you reach the top. So please take that opportunity. There's no easements, as I say, to miss anybody. You can't really make a decision until you have seen this area and see in your vision what's going to be there if this passes the wrong way. I worked for an 18-hole I worked for an 18-hole golf course, very famous, and I know the problems. And you can start to see them now because there has been golf there. The trash, the noise, people driving around to see what other people have in their homes. They're not all rich people going to the tournament. They want to also see what else is going on and maybe what can be vandalized or stolen. I lived in an affluent area called Saratoga, California, so if you know that area, then you know how people went around. People will be walking if they can't park and you can't get a tournament, a PGA, minimum 25,000, 45,000. There's not parking for that. They're going to park any way they can get those cars in, believe me. And the people will walk miles to get to that tournament to see it, spectators. You know that. You see that all the time. They're not obeying any of the speed. Go around my curve. You'll know my curve. It's graded at 90-degree curve. Luckily, all the accidents happen where people lose control. Goes across the street. Luckily, so far, not to me, my side. No one obeys 30 miles an hour. I brought you signs to show it. And I watch every day the big trucks. Everybody puts on their brake lights to go around that. If you wish to see the pictures, they're here. I'm leaving them for the accidents. You know them on 26. There's going to be more. There's going to be a lot more on Hospital Road because not just of the roller coaster, but because of socializing and under the influence. We all know that. This is just not the location for, it is a beautiful golf course, true, but this is not the location that I can see. I believe that you all were voted in to vote in and stand for the rights of homeowners as well as businesses. Thus, I feel you have a very serious job, that the supervisor is supposed to stand for the laws that for the entire project as a whole, not piece by piece. I believe the golf course personally should not be included in the baseline. I thank you very much for your attention to this very serious matter. Yes.
My name is Don Kuhn. I've been here before. You've seen this map. My major concern is the water, and the wells that are affected so far are up to 54, and I have copies of that for you. I won't take much time. Okay, I am advocating that the board move the baseline back to the pre-Gulf conditions due to scientific testing that needs to be done in regards to the water supply. The state Supreme Court, in the case of the Vineyards Area Associations versus the City of Rancho Calaveras, Cordova, February 1st, 2007, the court issued 4 basic guidelines to ensure CEQA adequacy of a water supply evaluation. The first one is, an EIR cannot ignore or assume a solution to the problem of supplying water as to the land use project. 2, an adequate environmental analysis cannot be limited to the water supply for the first stage or the first few years. 3, water sources must bear a likelihood of actually proving available, and speculative sources or unrealistic amounts of paper water will not be sufficient basis for the decisions under CEQA. 4, when a full discussion leaves uncertainty regarding future water sources, then CEQA requires discussion of possible replacement sources or alternatives and any environmental impacts for those contingencies. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Lou Mayhew, I have a letter I would like to submit, perhaps follow along on some of the points. I think if you look at the record in detail, it's clear that the applicant has, from the onset, sought to either minimize or avoid any appropriate oversight and regulation. If you look at the record early on, and I can submit some of this to you, there was a denial that a golf course was under construction. In fact, I think this came from Jeffries and Associates in 2001. You just have to draw a line through the behaviors and the actions. I think you can surmise that the intent was to minimize any need for environmental review, to even avoid CEQA. I think more than that, the applicant was interested in presenting the county with an accomplished fact, with golf course, irrigation system, and so forth, on the hope and probably expectation that you would not require him ever to take it out. There are some benefits that I think are important that can come from excluding the golf course from the baseline. And one of those is the golf course will not acquire inferred indirect legitimacy. If you, as a board, put it in the baseline, then I think that does confer a certain agreement that its existence is okay. Excluding, and there's a big impact on the water issue, because Quad Knopf has written that if the golf course is in the baseline, the issue of the aquifer and the water is not a big deal. Now, that's a theory, but you can see where they want to go with that. So, in other words, if the golf course exists and the water use exists, you don't have to be concerned about the impact that is creating on the aquifer and perhaps on surrounding wells. Excluding the golf course from the baseline will ensure that all of the citizens' comments to the DEIR will be reviewed. You heard Mr. Abbott say that most of them were either covered by that exclusion or had to do with that exclusion. So what you're faced with, I think if you leave the golf course in the baseline, we're going to get a report back, final EIR, that just says not relevant, inappropriate. And I think that would be very unfortunate. Can you recreate, at least in theory, the pre-golf course conditions? I think you can. You can use aerial photographs. Experts have visited the site over the years, as well as neighbors and so forth. So I don't think it would be too difficult to establish what those environmental conditions were and take a look at them. So moving that baseline back, I don't think would be too difficult. I would strongly urge you to move the baseline back so that we're assured of having the water issue addressed, having all of our comments addressed, and that you will know the full impact of what I think the developer set out to do was to create a condition on the ground that you will be unable to say no to. But that said, that's the issue before you today. I thought you had it right last time, or a month ago, when you said, I think we should consider, see if there's interest in a notice of termination. Given what I think is the egregious pattern of a reasonable person would have come forward and said, can I build a golf course? And he would have expected to get a clear answer. That didn't happen. What you saw was a pattern of evasion, of mincing words, anyway, the pattern is clear. A reasonable person would not have done that. And I think that should not be rewarded. Given that ongoing pattern, which included even March of this year, with the construction of an illegal road and encroachment onto Hospital, that was even underway in October, developing the lodge site. Given that never-ending piecemeal approach to building that golf course, I think you should return to considering a notice of termination. I think under the circumstances, that's the appropriate solution. You should never grant this developer the object of this deception of the, or perhaps not deception, but the pattern of avoiding, of not responsibly moving forward and asking for a definitive county review. In terms of, I would just like to mention, I read Mr. Abbott's letter to you of last week. Unfortunately, I just got it today, or I'm sorry, yesterday. It's not a full picture. I could provide documents from the public record. Well, you can just go to some of the proof he offers. Mr. Howard, the Ag Commissioner, there's no evidence that Mr. Howard ever approved that. You have an indirect acknowledgement of that may or may not be true. So I don't think that's good evidence that you can count on if that's an issue. The August, the grading permit, you've got a copy of that where Mr. Waller writes, case closed, no permit required. That's handwritten. On the back or on the front of another letter. What was all the documents prior to that had to do with citations for massive grading, the letters say, and so forth. So I hardly think a handwritten note constitutes county approval for a golf course. The Department of Fish and Game, item 4. I could give you, it's in the record, a letter, I think it's from actually Mr. Waller or Mr. Selman, that says, you told us that you had this meeting. please provide us the name and phone number of that Fish and Game official. I don't know that that was ever done. There's no documentation on that issue. Anyway, you go through this item after item. There is not documentation. Let's see. Are there any others? You've got item 6, again, Fish and Game. No evidence cited. Simply, apparently, it was a conversation. Maybe a visit occurred, maybe it didn't. So I don't think you can rely on this. Or if you want to, I would sure like to be able to submit a fuller picture that contradicts some of this. Oh, I know. Item 9. It's kind of a biggie. They put in the K.S. Dunbar contract and cite that as, I'm not quite sure what its usefulness is, but I think you're aware that that contract was terminated a very few months after they came on. So, and then indeed the draft EIR was finished by an agent for the developer. But in terms of item 9 and somehow holding that out to be a evidence of county acceptance and approval, I don't think that does it. Anyway, so I certainly think that you need to exclude the golf course from the baseline so we can look at the full impacts, so that all of our comments are going to be considered, so that the aquifer and the water-related issues will be fully tested and researched. But my real feeling is if you took a detailed look at the record, you would move back to considering your setting up a hearing on a notice of termination of project. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Al Liberato, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Trinitas course. I come before you just amazed. For every one point on one side, there's always presenting the other side. I chose to partake in the Ridge and have done my research and looked, and over the past months, 6 months, a group of citizens of an area have presented issues and concerns on a project that has been in existence for 5-6 years. I'm amazed at the slander or possibly misinformation or misrepresentation that comes forth regarding the project. But in particular, as I sit here and listen, I would be compelled to think that a family came up here and built a golf course in the dark of night without anybody knowing that it was happening, ashamed of their project, to think that, that all of a sudden it's going to just open. The project has been before the county for 5 or 6 years. Your staff and your predecessors have been part of the project, whether directly or indirectly. The course is in existence and has been built and is now going forth with the necessary things to make it available. I sit and read and listen and with amazement about distruths or misrepresentation of fact. The group that's here today representing the opposition to the course would have you believe that just about everybody in the area is in opposition of this project. This group would have you to believe that the water losses are all due to one project. By their own admission, there's a drought. I didn't hear them saying, but the agricultural use of the vineyards in the area, there's no controlled monitoring of the amount of water coming out of that area. You don't know what's happening in that area. This is the lay of the land. This is how business was done. So when you come up here and you demonize a family and you demonize a project for all the ills of the world, we're talking, I can't compete against, I'm going to the hospital and PGA tournaments in 5 years. And, oh my God, how are we going to feed 40,000? We're not talking about that concerned. You know, we're talking about a golf course that is ready to be utilized by the county. We're talking about a group of people who would have you possibly believe that they are speaking on behalf of all the people from the area. I've been privy to letters and, where there's solicitation for funds, there's misrepresentation of court cases that are pending. And I would like to read one by a Mr. David Cox, who is in the area, whose well is cited in documentations that this group in opposition would have you believe. If I could, I'd like to read this letter, Mr. Cox. After reading several negative articles in the local papers, I felt obligated to share my observation of the Trinitas project. He lives next door to the project. I have resided at the above address, 8779 Hospital Road, for over 10 years, and would like you to note that I live on the #1 putting green, and I am in full view of just about everything that takes place. My wife is home during the day as well. To date, we have seen no golf tournaments and no major construction. We do, however, see the occasional golfer playing the course. Probably saw me. I've been approached by a group calling themselves Keep It Rural Calaveras and was informed that my name and address has been added as number 27 on a list of properties in the vicinity of the project that have had well problems. By adding my name, I was told that I would receive money via a class action suit should I have a well problem in the future. For the record, I have not re-drilled my well. Easter Sunday 2 years ago, my well pump gave out. It was old and required replacing. That's it. No drilling or failure of any kind other than what I've described. I'd also like to add that I gave no authorization whatsoever to use my name or address to such a campaign, nor have I joined any class action lawsuit against the Calaveras County or the Nemes. Recently, I had discussion with another individual that was on this list. He shared that although he hasn't encountered any problems with his well, that if he wrote a letter in support of this group's effort and encountered a well problem in the future, that he would receive monies via this class action suit. My family and I have been here to watch this beautiful project take shape from day one and support intelligent growth in our community. This project will bring much needed jobs and tax revenue to our county, not to mention increased property values. My statement to you is also, you're elected officials. You have the obligation, the knowledge, to make decisions that represent the county as a whole. And I hope that you have the wherewithal, the strength, and the conviction to do so. And that's my position. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you.
Good morning again, fairly. My name is John Buckley, and I'm representing our members in Calaveras County. The specific matter before you is the baseline, and it was somewhat ironic that the attorney for the applicant brought up the question in detail of the claim that the county somehow has approved in the past the matter of the golf course. And he made some references, and again, that's not our point for getting the discussion today, but what I would share, because it is pivotal to the baseline discussion, is that at some point, if you as supervisors will look in the files, in the county's records, you will hear a very different story than the one that was brought forward with very selective references. And you will see that the county's clear requirements were violated multiple times, and there's documents in there that show that. And as the last speaker pointed out, there's been debates over what the intent of the applicant was, and people are vilifying the applicant. Art Center doesn't care what the intent of the applicant was, and I happen to think he's a really charming guy. We've spent time out there looking at the site, and he certainly provided his version of the story. But the actions that are tied to the golf course, which is the matter of the baseline, were actions that repeatedly were in conflict with both county requirements and with the Williamson Act originally, and now with the general plan designation of ag on that property. So the matter before you that's in the memo that your staff provided you today points out that you have the discretion to include the golf course's impacts in consideration in the EIR. And just so that I would be as informed as possible, our staff paid for a considerable amount of consulting time with one of the more prestigious land planning law firms in San Francisco to try and understand the county, Sacramento County versus the FAT case, which is the one that's in your document. And I was told very clearly that while that does establish that some projects may have their consideration not made part of the baseline, as in that case, in this case, the difference is that the baseline question directly ties to the fact that the applicant was, I use the word defied, but they had a different word for it, the county, and constructed an unpermitted golf course, and that the golf course is now the centerpiece for the current applications before you. It's the centerpiece for the clubhouse, the restaurant, the bar, the event center, the parking lot, and the permitted commercial use of the golf course. As was pointed out by a speaker earlier, SEQR requires analysis, connected actions, and forbids piecemeal analysis. And this is a pivotal point I asked you to think about in this case. How could any of you on the board not believe that the golf course that's the centerpiece for the application is somehow not a connected action of that application, especially when the unpermitted golf course is even now potentially causing impacts to subsurface water levels and other impacts out in the area. So the point that's made on page 3 of your memo is that the baseline determination is clearly a discretionary decision that can be made by this board. Our center encourages you to include the golf course to be required in the analysis, but I do add something that I want to go back to a recommendation that was made by Supervisor Tryon previously. The question of the baseline analysis is tied to the much more important issue of whether an unpermitted golf course constructed on ag land under the Williamson Act should now be taking up staff time and be moving through an analysis and a process when it is so clearly in conflict with your general plan and what is allowed on ag land. And so what I would urge is that you be fair to not only the applicant and to residents by not wasting further staff time or resources on processing the EIR document, whether or not it has the baseline as we recommend, because the application so clearly is inconsistent with the county's general plan. And I urge you to require the restoration of the golf course to ag use or to enter into agreement with the property owner to allow it to be kept completely for private non-commercial use, but in any fashion to terminate the project because you do have the authority to enforce the county's general plan, and I ask you to do so. Thank you.
I wasn't going to say anything. But the man that got up here and talked about Trinitas.
State your name, please. And
Richard Uribe from JLN.
Yes.
He stated that the prior intent was not to have commercial groups on the golf course. I would like to remind the board that in somewhere around June, May, that Mr. Nemi published or had an article published in the Northern California Golf Association with 5 pages of pictures saying that this is going to be a commercial course and he was going to have PGA Tours on there, and his picture was in there, and he made statements to that effect. So I could find it hard to somebody come up here and say, we had no intentions of doing this. I'll remind you, too, that I was invited to play on that course back in September with a group, and after I voiced that opinion here at the board meeting, we were asked to move the group to another golf course that weekend. We were to play that Monday. So I think there's been some misrepresentation as we talked about it, but at the same time, there was no such thing that they never intended this to be commercial way before they applied for the permit. Thank you.
I'm Stephen Judson, resident of Calaveras County for 12 years.
As the proponent's attorney mentioned earlier, when he first started to speak about this project, is that NEMI had checked into the property and the Williamson Act and the Ag Preserve issue prior to even buying the property to see if it was allowed to do a golf course. But then early on in the project, when questioned, are you building a golf course on the property, from complaints, oh no, I'm just grading to do grasslands, I'm thinking about putting in a vineyard and so forth. The proponent has been defiant in this project from the inception. NEMI has defiantly continued to violate the residents of this county, the county, state, and federal regulations applicable to the construction of the course. It's time for the Board of Supervisors to take action against his flagrant defiance and reject the project in its entirety, not just in the decision of baseline or not inclusion. The project does not conform with the area zoning and general plan or the best interests of the county. A project that consumes 100 million gallons a year of fresh, drinkable groundwater without any studies on the effect is appalling that this has been allowed to continue wasting such a resource. Please represent and defend the residents of this county as elected and terminate the project and return the property to its natural state and reverse the inaction of lack of enforcement at this point. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Renee Harrison, resident of Live Oak Road, which borders the north end of the golf course. I can assure Mr. Liberato that all of us that live on Live Oak have been well aware of Mr. NEMI's 5-year building of the golf course. We have one neighbor that has repeatedly asked for the board's help and looking into the claims that he is grading illegally and he's building a golf course. And everybody, there is a document that states from somebody that they didn't want to deal with this woman anymore and they didn't want to talk to her about her claims, okay, or have anybody go out there and verify what she was complaining about. Well, I can tell you what we're all complaining about is the water issue, and it's because we're living it. I'm living it. My mother-in-law is living it. We have all lived out here much longer than Mr. NEMI has. When we all initially moved out here, we didn't have to drill our wells that deep because water was plentiful. My husband and I moved out here 6 years ago. It was in a drought time, and we never had a water issue. And we lived at my mother-in-law's house, and her well, her single well, maintained both houses. So she never had a problem. Now, at the end of June of this year, excuse my voice, very passionate about this situation. At the end of June, when it got hotter and Mr. NEMI began to water his golf course pretty much all day long, it was like a domino effect of wells that dropped in my area. 4 went down within the first 3 weeks. Those people have all had to re-drill their wells. One person's well, who is a friend, a personal friend of Mr. NEMI, has gone down twice, although he denies it. But we've all seen the water trucks there filling up his storage tank. So we know that he's not being upfront about what's going on because he's a personal friend. My mother-in-law has had to re-drill her well. Her water level has dropped 13 feet in the past 10 years. She's had to get a storage tank. We've had to get a storage tank. We have no water pressure. My neighbor behind us has no water pressure. And now I have a neighbor who just within the past couple of weeks has completed, the 5th neighbor has completed drilling a well that took him 3 weeks to drill because of where he's located. And the only place they could find water was through bedrock. So he had to drill for 3 weeks to get there. Now let me tell you, a lot of these people on this road, they're retired, they're dual income houses, people on a fixed income. My mother-in-law is a widow. She's on a fixed income. She can't afford to re-drill her well. Mr. NEMI is not going to reimburse all of us who have had to incur the costs. My husband and I are business owners. We can't afford to re-drill our well, and our well is 5 years old. My neighbors down the road, they're having medical issues. They can't afford to re-drill their well, but they've been forced to. I can't imagine what 3 weeks is going to cost my other neighbor to finish his well. I can't imagine the amount of money it's going to take. I implore you to take a really good hard look and look at how this project is affecting the citizens that live nearby and how it will continue to affect us. I don't think that in the future we're going to get a water system out there like Rancho Calaveras has. Our properties are 10, 20, 40 acres wide. I just can't imagine that you guys are going to put forth, or the county's going to put forth the effort or the money to take care of all of us as far as water is concerned. And as far as property values, yeah, maybe a golf course that didn't take away from the water table, it would enhance our values, and we would possibly be able to sell our properties for more money. But without water, I can't sell my property. I can't sell my house. So what am I losing? I'm losing my lifestyle. I'm losing my ability to have a life. And right now, with the way things are in the economy, no houses are selling. So am I to go bankrupt because I can't afford to sell? Nobody's buying my property. I have no water. What's going to happen to me and my family? Does anybody know? Had there been an EIR report done prior to the beginning of this, we might have a clearer understanding as to what the water table is. And possibly if it has an effect or it doesn't have an effect. Thank you.
My name is David Hirsch, and I'm very much enjoying this forum today. I came here because of the baseline issue, but I've heard so much about water, I just want to make one comment. I'm a farmer about 1.5 miles from Hospital Road, and I am in San Joaquin County. I'm on the other side of the hill from the golf course. My grape ranch is 300 acres in size. I use about 20 million gallons of water each week watering my grapes. And my point being is there's probably 6 new farms that have been developed in the last 10 years that take our water. It's a San Joaquin issue, but they've allowed it to happen, and I'm sure that's where a lot of our water goes. But as a farmer, when I put this ranch together, no one asked me about how much water I was going to use. In fact, I really didn't know how much water I was going to use. It was based on the temperature throughout the valley. Well, I've discovered how much water I use. I know what kind of an impact it is. But I think the farmers on the other side of the hill are just as much an issue as that golf course is going to be. I live about 1.5 miles from that golf course. I love the golf course. It's great for our community, I think, to have it in our area. However, I was concerned about water as well. I live right next to a vineyard. But the point being is, I know the golf course is going to use a lot of water, and it's always going to impact the people close to the golf course. But just over the hill, I, along with 7 or 8 other farmers, use billions of gallons of water a week, and we can't stop them. It's impossible. Just a thought. Again, I enjoy your forum today. I appreciate being here. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, what's the gentleman's last name?
Hershey.
Excuse me?
Mr. Hershey.
Hershey?
Hirsch. Oh, I'm sorry, Hirsch. Not that I have chocolate on the mind or anything.
Hello, my name is Seth Blanc. I wanted to read a letter on behalf of Steve Nickerson, who also lives on Live Oak Road, just kind of a different opinion from Renee, who just spoke. So I would like to address a very serious issue regarding the campaign of Keep It Rural and their lies and intrusion in my life. I own and have lived on a 10-acre parcel on Live Oak Road that borders the Trinitas Golf Course project for the past 7 years. This past summer, several attempts were made by my neighbors to enlist me in a movement to oppose the Trinitas Golf project. They saw my participation as a key because my property abuts the golf course, and they had a particular interest in the status of my well. In July 2007, I had a water storage tank installed to better serve the extensive landscaping that I've been developing on my property. When the master landscaping plan was completed 7 years ago, the water well expert that I had retained told me that I would need a water storage tank given the additional landscape and the particular attributes of my water well. I did not install one until July 2007. The only reason I did not install a water storage tank was that I had to replace the water well pump and decided to complete the irrigation system at that time. A very important point is that I never had a water supply issue or problem. It was all equipment issues. You guys are not responsible for equipment issues. When the water system was completed, Keep It Rural members in the area tried tirelessly to contact me to join the following plan. Number 1, join a list of people who oppose the project. Number 2, claim the golf course has damaged my well. Number 3, I was told that the more people on the list, the more effective a lawsuit would be in getting money from the county and or the developer. I was very clear that I did not want to be a part of their campaign because I was actually in favor of the project and it will increase the value of my property. I have been away from my home for several months. Through various sources, I have just learned that Lee Mayhew, Keep It Rural, have included my name in a document submitted during public comment on the Trinitas DEIR, and I was listed as number 23, claiming that the Trinitas Golf Course project had affected my water well supply from my well. I was very angry, knowing that he has knowingly misused my name in the attempt to manipulate the votes of the supervisors against the project that I am actually in favor of. In addition, it is not true. I have not and do not have a water problem whatsoever. I have spoken to my personal attorney regarding the misconduct, misrepresentation, and lies of Lee Mayhew. My attorney will be contacting the District Attorney of Calaveras County to relay these facts and ask them to investigate Lee Mayhew and Keep It Rural. The areas of law that I would question and want to investigate to focus on is the possibility of a crime to file false documents in a public hearing in an attempt to distort the process. My attorney will also discuss the possibility if it is a crime to file false documents in the order to obtain money from the county. While I do not know the real purpose of Keep It Rural, it sure appears to be extortion, and with these actions of theirs, the malicious misrepresentation and misconduct of lies of Lee Mayhew and Keep It Rural is irreprehensible, and I clearly do not and never would be a part of their campaign. I want to repeat that I do not have a water supply issue. My water supply has been consistent for the past 7 years, while the use has increased as my landscaping is complete. So I must ask, how can it be these members of Keep It Rural are claiming to have numerous water well supply issues and problems, while at the same time I live next to the golf course and have no supply water issues? Due to the facts stated in this letter, I respectfully request that the county records be corrected. If you do have any questions regarding this, please feel free to contact me.
My name is Doug McKee. I'm Mike Nemey's father-in-law. Mike's with my daughter today. They have a record of having problems with their pregnancies, or he would have been here. I want to talk about 2 issues. One is water, and 2, the mischaracterization of Mike doing this on his own without seeking permits from the county. To the water issue, it bothers us extremely that they have 32 people originally that had water issues. And then when we start digging into it, 3 of those people clearly did not want to be on that list. You've heard from 2 of them, there's a 3rd. So they've mischaracterized those 3 people as re-drilling their wells because of Trinitas, when in fact they didn't re-drill their wells. For a man who wants to be independent, for him to go out and seek other people to join him with the idea that, hey, if we get enough people, we can get money from the county, that really bothers my sense of propriety, and it ought to bother yours. We also have in a packet that we prepared for you a letter from a well driller, or actually a pump man, Mr. Abbey Wells. He did not originally want to present that letter to you because it affects his business. I think you ought to look at the integrity of the people presenting evidence to you. He stands to lose business by saying what he said in that letter. And what he said was, he's worked in numerous wells in that area. There is no water issue. And when he studies the complaints that are listed there, they are not water issues, they are well or pump issues. That's a professional. And if you will allow this process to continue, we have a lot more evidence that will come out in the EIR. But as someone on the board mentioned, they're trying to hijack the EIR process and not let it finish. We want it. We spent a lot of money trying to work with the county. We are not developers. That's probably our problem. We said to the county when we first got here, yes, we were thinking about building a golf course. Do we have to tell everybody what we're doing? Not you. We have to talk to the county, and we did talk to the county. We talked to them, and you'll see in our letter many times which we've talked to you. And it bothers us extremely when you say we did this without oversight. We started in 2001 asking, we're thinking about this, tell us what to do. Should we not be able to rely on you and your representatives? And that's what we did. We relied on your representatives. And you can see in the correspondence, the opposition seems to cite when people said we didn't do something wrong, and then they leave out when we wrote back to them and we got permission. If we've been cited, tell me where we've been cited. Never once have we been cited and paid one fine. You say we're illegal. Where is the illegality? When we go to the county and your enforcement officers tell us we can do something, are you going to stand behind your enforcement officers, or are you going to listen to people that weren't involved in the process? And if we weren't involved with you, two of you supervisors came to a meeting in which there were every planning department head up there. We laid out exactly what we wanted to do. For you to say that we have not worked for the county really bothers us. We have done everything possible to work with you. And these people are misrepresenting us as illegal. They are illegal when they file false documents, and it really bothers us. So we have spent $150,000 originally. We did not say we were going to do an EIR. We suggested it at Ray Waller's suggestion. We only wanted to build the permission to build 13 homes. We're doing a very environmental report there. We could build 80. We're building 13 homes. Everything we've done is to preserve the environment there. There were no wetlands when we got there. It was cowland. Now there's wetlands. So they want us to tear out the wetlands. Make sense? Ray Waller said if you ever are going to make this a public course, you need to do an EIR. So we did. We don't know anything about baseline. Your people told us about baseline. And to represent that we tried to manipulate this process through, we are not developers. We asked you what to do. You two took us, and you remember those meetings when we went before the county and asked them, what do we have to do? We have complied with everything you have to do, and we're still being called illegal. I find that offensive. You need to get control of your process. This should have been done in a year. That's what we were promised. If we get involved in an EIR process, there's a process. Now I'm told if there's opposition, there are no rules. That offends me. Any developer that comes here, any person that's trying to do something in your county, can they stand by what your county people tell us? We've spent, in addition, after you yanked the EIR, another $250,000 trying to work with your experts. You pick, not us. We don't know the people. I am furious that we're being castigized as being illegal when we've done everything possible to work with you. Thank you.
Marita, check the clock. I'm here for my due process. I get 5 minutes? Okay.
We'll see.
I won't take all your time. Time is money, isn't it?
Doug, could you please state your name as well?
I'm sorry, I'm Doug Brown. I've been in the county for 32 years. I believe in due process. I believe that you as supervisors have the responsibility to help people who want to either develop or change what's happening in the county. And I think you're doing a very poor job of it at times. And I've said that to you before, so it's no surprise to you. It may be a surprise to the people in the audience. I applaud the people that are here today because that is part of the due process. It's nice to see Brent back. I wish it were permanent. And driving down here today, I realized that what's happening with this county today, it would be very easy to get rid of this Board of Supervisors. We could just have the county administrator and the county council advise each other on what to do, and if it was deemed maybe not a good idea to take a position, then the position just wouldn't be taken. And you can shove whatever the project is to the side and just wait till it goes away, or that someone comes up with a different answer that maybe would allow the county administrator to relook at it. You were elected to make decisions, and I'm appalled at times that you get up here and instead of making decisions, you're so concerned as to whether or not you're going to be sued that you'd rather not make a decision. There are projects that are sitting on the planning department's desks that have been there for 3 to 4 years, and there is no decision on it. That's due process. I wanted to stand up here and say nothing for 5 minutes, just so you understood that I get my due process. I think everybody who comes to this county to develop, to change, or to do something that they want to do or enjoy doing should be helped by the county. That's why they're here. When I listened to this gentleman speak who came to the county really put out an effort to try and be of some help. But what I'm doing now and what I'm finding is that this project, and this is the reason I'm here today, has been tried in the newspapers over and over and over to the point where I'm sick and tired of it. And you as supervisors won't step forward and take the blame, at least part of the blame. At least to stand up and say those articles that are in the newspapers are wrong. This isn't exactly what happened. This is what happened. And this is where we stand today. And I just stand up here today to ask you to please try and change your ways, to be a little bit more active in what's happening in the county. You should not be letting the department heads come to you and then have you represent the department heads to the people. You should be directing the department heads on what you want done, based on your feelings of what you want done. But no one seems willing to stand up and really make that statement, this is what I think has to be done. It would be just a breath of fresh air if you'd do it. Tom tried it the other day. I kind of enjoyed it. Tom, thank you very much for a couple of comments that you've made. And Brent, I wish you would stay. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Ed Pattison. I'm the Water Resources Manager with Calaveras County Water District. I'm not here to speak specifically about whether or not Trinitas should be baseline or even speak specifically about the yay or nay of the project. I'm here to talk about water since it has come up, and it's been direction from Calaveras County Water District Board and General Manager that if it does come up, to provide just a brief summary of some of the water-related projects that are currently ongoing that should help shed light on what's going on in the area of Comanche Valley Springs. We have a meeting scheduled, a public meeting scheduled for tomorrow evening in Valley Springs at the auditorium to update our groundwater management plan It was first adopted in 2001. We're in the process of updating that to pursuant to SB 1938 so that we're eligible for an upcoming state grant to study groundwater. This will provide up to $250,000 of funding to get a better handle on exactly what's going on with groundwater in the Comanche Valley Springs area. Calaveras County Water District first adopted the AB 3030 Groundwater Management Plan in 2001 because there were concerns about groundwater. And that was in 2001. Those concerns have been around a long time. The area is part of the San Joaquin groundwater basin, which has been in a state of perpetual overdraft for decades. The east side area of San Joaquin County has extensive agriculture that's relied on groundwater for many years and decades. That's a part of that critical overdraft. So when we look at trying to update our groundwater management plan, what we're trying to do is develop better groundwater monitoring in Calaveras County so we can identify what the current state of the groundwater basin is and what some of the geologic processes and cultural practices are occurring so that we know what the current state of the groundwater basin is. So we encourage the county to work with Calaveras County Water District in updating that groundwater management plan and to report on that draft that we have available on our website and our offices, and to partner with us in the upcoming grant to the state that's due in early December. A couple of other projects I just wanted to mention that is going on. We're also updating our integrated water resources plan. That plan looks at all water, both surface water and groundwater, and we're looking at ways of ensuring drought supply reliability and water quality protection through the present time out to 2035, the planning horizon. This is a process that's going to take approximately a half year to a year to update. And again, we're encouraging the county to work with us on the development and update of that integrated water resource plan that we'll be launching soon after January 08. A number of other studies we're working on are regional water and wastewater studies along the highways 12 and 26. This pertains to this area. We're looking at ways to, again, improve drought protection and water supply reliability to the area. And this draft report will be available to the county and its citizens in the near future. We're also doing integrated conjunctive use studies along with East Bay, MUD, Municipal Utility District in San Joaquin County, as well as other agencies in San Joaquin to help improve water supply reliability for the area. So as you can see, Calaveras County Water District is involved in a number of ongoing water and wastewater studies in the area to improve water supply reliability. The simple fact that Calaveras County Water District surface water entitlements to New Hogan is being primarily used in San Joaquin County is difficult to swallow when we have county residents in Calaveras County that would like to use that surface water. We have the water, we're just infrastructure short. And so through these breadth of studies that we're doing, we're looking at ways to find out where we're at, what projections look like in 30 years. No one has a crystal ball, but we're doing the best planning we can to look at where we're going to be at in 30 years and what those water supply needs are going to be now and in the future. And through this suite of studies, we're hoping to find ways to pool resources between the citizens, federal, state, local agencies, and grants and developers to look at ways of building infrastructure to protect the citizens of this county in 30 years. So I encourage the county to support Calaveras County Water District in these studies. And I've had some difficulty in trying to find the right person to talk to sometimes. I know Stephanie Marino has been very busy, but we would like to partner with a specific lead person at the county on the integrated water resources planning, on the groundwater management planning. And it's important that we work together to better manage this county's waters. I thought I would also add one brief note. Being a hydrogeologist in my background, I do go out and do static water level measurements on occasion. I don't make a practice of it, but we are trying to continue our groundwater monitoring in the area. And on the occasion when I have been able to do a static water level measurement this year and last year, we have seen some improvements in groundwater levels. I don't know if it's related to anything related to the project or something going on in San Joaquin County. But the fact is that few static water level measurements I've seen, they've actually gone up a little bit. And I think the only statement I can make about that is there's no conclusion. I don't know what the physical dynamic process is, why they're improved in the few sites that I looked at, but what it does point out is that we don't have enough information to make any statements about anything, and that the groundwater management plan update is a process that's going to help fund future groundwater monitoring over the next several years. And through that effort, we can begin making statements about what the current state of the basin is and what's happening. And I thank you for your time.
Ed, Mr. Chair, if I may, I have a question of Ed. I had a call from a board member of CCWD last night, and it was his contention that CCWD is looking at the Trinitas project as a conjunctive use area. Is that, in fact, accurate?
CCWD, as far as I know, there's not been any board decision related to that statement. We are looking for ways to use our entitlements that are currently being used in San Joaquin County. We're looking for ways to use it in Calaveras County, both in terms of direct use by folks in agriculture and developments, whether they be Trinitas or Wallace Lakes Estates or any other project for that matter. And we're looking at ways to also recharge that water in the ground. That is the basis for conjunctive use. And so we're looking for any and all ways to be able to facilitate conjunctive use. If it's Trinitas,
but you're not looking at Trinitas specifically?
Not specifically at this present time, but if something were to come about where we could put surface water in some of those lakes, I think it would be an opportunity to be able to maximize surface water use in our county to the benefit of everybody.
Well, I'm a little, when you say put it in the lakes, is that in order to provide ground recharge?
Yes, it is.
Or is that for irrigating the golf course?
Groundwater recharge is, if we were to do proactive groundwater recharge, which means we're basically spreading it in the ground to improve groundwater levels, it's a fairly expensive process. There's CEQA that needs to be done. We have to purchase land. There has to be various practices that are done to put the water in the ground. So if we had a private landowner that was willing to pick up that price and do a lot of that work for us, we're going to work in partnership with that private landowner to the benefit of water use for Calaveras County to the betterment of all. That would be a no-brainer for us, I think, to work with private landowners like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I speak again?
If you keep it short, Mr. Mayhew.
I certainly will. Lou Mayhew. I simply wanted to say that the Trinitas project is an area-changing project. All of the neighbors who have come together and keep it rural have one objective, to have a fair shake at the CEQA process. We have said time and time again, in fact, we even provided a report from Condor Earth Technologies that said the water issue must be looked at in detail. The DEIR was inadequate, and so we're simply asking, you've got to find out. You've got to do your tests. And in terms of some of the other representations that were made about coercion or looking for lawsuits, the only legal assistance we have sought is to have a fair CEQA process. Thank you.
I'm Joan Bull. If I could just reiterate a couple of things. Abby also redid the innards of my well. He is not a driller. and I asked him about if he is a driller. He is not. I acquired a 54-gallon tank, like many people have, and this was 2 years ago. It fills with sand. Nobody knows how to empty, even the manufacturer of the tank, how to get that sand out, and that's the problem I'm going to have. So this also is something that has to be looked at, and Mr. Abby Steve is going around soliciting some of the neighbors to get more tanks in, but I don't think anybody realizes that Steve doesn't know how to get the sand out, the developer doesn't know how, and I don't how. And when I went up a ladder when Steve came out and looked at my tank and said, well, there's nothing wrong with your water, I have the original drill of 80 gallons per minute when they first put in my home, and it's now 40 gallons a minute. So people should be aware that these tanks, there's no solution, and I can see the sand in there after 2 years, and I have a sand trap. I paid $10,000 to Steve to have the tank, to have the innards changed, not to drill, and put sand trap and everything else on it. So, and I'm 2 miles away from the golf course, which they give how to go down Hospital to get to the golf course. And Mr. Nemi lied to me. He said it would be removed from the website as of Monday. It was not. It's still here 3 months later, how to come down and get to his course from the north.
Okay, folks, we're beginning to get off topic here a little bit, so try to remember that the topic here today is whether to include the golf course in the baseline for the EIR. There is an EIR in process. We are simply trying to determine today if the golf course should be included in the baseline or not. And the water issue will be dealt with at various times along the progress of this project.
Catherine Jackson with the Planning Coalition. It seems to me that the central role of the Board of Supervisors is to protect the public and its common interest. Part of what you struggle with in a baseline is a point that I've made here before. Neighbors should not have to be pitted against neighbors, nor you against certain groups in the community. That is because everything is upside down. CEQA should have come first at the initial application, where you can measure the true impacts for the human and the environment. Ed speaks of a hope that you need to tie into your general plan in terms of matching the hydrology and where the water will be to where you place the projects. Developers should not spend a decade having to do and redo all of this stuff. They're coming in with draft EIRs when CEQA should have been right up front. Now, I don't know how you do that, but once again, I say it's going to help all of us, time, money, resources. So that's my plea. Thank you.
I spoke earlier, and I just want to reiterate a point, and I appreciate the gentleman from the Water Board who came up. And the point that in my simple...
State your name once more. State your name once more.
Al Liberato. I have attended the Water Board meetings on 2 occasions. And in discussion, at one point was the water and the aquifer in the area. And the facts are such, as I understand, there's no monitoring in place of how much water. It's not in place. The statement that came out very clearly was, as long as Stockton's drawing waters, and we're not going to be monitoring with Stockton in San Joaquin County, there's no way that you can attribute water loss in an area to one entity. At this point, it seems like we're going after Trinitas. There's no way that any of these wells going down, up, low, can be attributed to one project. We don't have the technology in place right now to talk about that. So I think any discussions about water levels, how much water is being drawn, is a moot point at this point. There's no way to measure, monitor, or even check that. In the same discussion, there's unlimited water for us in this area. It's just that it's going down San Joaquin County, and that's another discussion point that needs to be addressed. Once again, I'm hoping that you're knowledgeable of the water concern, so that the circumstance that's being presented, that the water is drying out, Those are circumstances that there's no answer for as to why. To say that they're attributed to one golf course, that's a falsehood. And that continues to be stated. Thank you.
My name is Mike Gonsman. I've been a resident of Calaveras County for approximately 18 years. I live within 1 mile proximity of the golf course. And there's 3 issues here that are important to me as a homeowner. And before I get into that, though, I would like to address one thing that I've heard 2 people address earlier. And that is this issue of lawsuits and money compensation possibly if you join our group and stuff like that. What I'd like to say is that I'm probably one of the newer people to get on board with the keep it rural Calaveras. Excuse me, I'm a little bit nervous. I've never talked to so many professional people. But anyway, I would like to say that in my conversations with Kathy Mayhew, which I've had several, none of that has ever come to surface. Absolutely none of it. She never asked me about my well. In fact, she didn't. I got a well, obviously. She never even asked me about it. So it's not something they're trying to ramrod through and try to make it sound like it's something that it's not. But anyway, my issues basically are the water, of course, the traffic, specifically on Hospital between Southworth and Highway 26. And I can tell you that we have horses and we travel that road frequently. Most horse trailers today are 8 foot wide, and that's exactly how wide Hospital Road is in most cases. For some reason or another, there's people that like to ride their bicycles up and down Southworth or Hospital Road, and why they do that is purely suicide, in my opinion. And I've had them. They're vigilant people too. You know, you're coming up behind them with 15,000 pounds of horses, trailers, and campers, and they're literally giving you the salute because you're coming down the road when they're on it. So my point here is that it's extremely dangerous right now, and to complicate that issue with the fact of introducing a new thing at this golf course where there's going to be people there, and obviously if you have a golf course, I've never played golf where there wasn't liquid beverages, adult beverages and stuff like that, the fog and all the other stuff that we have. I think it's ludicrous to even think about doing something like that. It's very dangerous. And I've heard that there's plans right now and there's taxes being taxed to improve Southworth, to improve Hospital and Pettinger and some of the other roads. But I have my doubts whether or not they'll be completed. That will be completed prior to the opening of the golf course. And the other thing is of course, the issue of the water. Now, I think that most of us would agree that our properties are one of the most valuable assets that we have. And I know from personal experience, somebody knocked out my telephone pole on my property a few years ago, and I was without power for 7 days. Having horses, goats, dogs, cats, and all the other things that we had, I want to tell you how much work it was to haul in water for all those animals from some other source. So I can appreciate the fact that if we lose the volume or even all of the volume, who knows? I'm not a geologist or hydrologist. I don't know how much water's down there. I do know there's a lot of aquifers. Now, whether Stockton's drawing from the aquifer that the golf course is on, or whether my aquifer or whatever, I don't know that. I think a geologist could tell us, but we need time to find those answers out before we make a decision. And that's why I'm in favor of moving back to baseline. I think it's a responsible thing to do. And I think you'll be, I'm sure I have all the confidence in the world, you Board of Supervisors, that you'll make the right decision when you review all the facts and the information. And but I'm very concerned, and I'm just a plain old resident of Calaveras County that wants the county to be the best that it can. Thank you very much.
I promise not to be redundant. Except, no. First off, this is going on a very long time. And I don't know about you all, but I'd love to break for lunch. And I'm diabetic, and blood sugars are going down the basement. I didn't even know there was a basement. Anyway, didn't you all pass a road mitigation surcharge for the western end of the county last year? $1,200 for every new house, on top of the standard countywide mitigation fee? I believe if you go back...
That's not the issue.
Yeah, you
no.
did.
No.
If I build another house on my property, I have to pay an extra $1,300 for that house.
You talking about the RIM fee?
Rim
Yeah,
fee.
that's not the issue.
No, but that is an issue with regard to Hospital Road and traffic, because that's what those fees are for. Thank you. Anyway, let's break for lunch.
Not in your life.
My name's Gene Ogletree, and I live 0.7 miles north of the golf course on Hospital Road. I didn't even plan on speaking here today, but I wanted to bring a couple things up. One, we did a pretty good job of beating up the county workers that went out and checked on things. Now, if you'll read your draft environmental impact report, you'll find under the civil engineering portion of it that the inspector came out with the representative of the golf course, and they went out and they made a decision there was less than 50 yards of grading to be done, and therefore he didn't need a permit. Makes sense. 3 paragraphs later, he talks about bringing in 900 cubic yards of sand and 900 cubic yards of dirt that they put on the ground. Now, that had to get graded in. And then they went through and they pulled rocks out, and they had to reshape that. That there alone says, and that's their engineer or the engineer doesn't live there, writing out that draft EIR, and they had to have read it. Secondly, the road conditions that they talked about in the draft EIR says that the road is in good condition, and they see no reason for any mitigation. I sent photographs in to the department. The road is going to hell in a handbasket, and a great deal of the reason it is because there's trucks coming down the road to the golf course bringing stuff in, because it's getting worse and worse and worse. There's places right in front of my house where a guy with a horse trailer went under, his horse trailer dropped off the road, off the edge, just barely off the edge, and his shackles hit the road. The gutter was that deep on the other side. We've had 1 man killed in front of our house on Hospital Road. We've had 3 major accidents on the frontage of our 10 acres. But we've lived there 32 years. Now, the only other thing I got to say, I don't hear anything about this, and the Water District was here. I don't know how many of you remember Steve Felty, but back 30 years ago, we tried to put a water district down in our area. And the representative of CCWD who worked with us was Steve Felty, and if you think things are bad now, Steve's comments were specific to us. It takes 7 to 9 years for the snow that they get in the mountains to get to you. So if you think you got a drought year this year, let it be out there 7 years from now, because it'll be hell of a lot worse than it is now, because it goes underground and it percolates down here. It doesn't just rush down here all in the river. The groundwater comes underground. And I think you'll agree with that.
My name is Don Troon, and those people are not on lists that said they were on the list. I'd like to clarify that.
Okay, anybody else? Bill.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bill Abbott. I'll keep this in under 2 minutes. Thank you for the opportunity. Most of the testimony, I'm going to try and bring this back to the agendized item, which is what's the appropriate baseline. One of the issues has to deal with the question of zoning. As we pointed out earlier, Mr. Waller made a determination as the county's code enforcement officer that the activity that was on place did not violate the county code. And I would just encourage the board, if it has the opportunity, to look at the definitions of the uses within the A1 and AP zone. We don't know exactly how Mr. Waller reached that determination, but I would just point out that it could have been anyone or a combination of his interpretation of the agritourism activities, the definition of rural recreation and camping. If you look at the definition of recreation in your code, it says recreation means any form of play, amusement, or games. That's a very expansive definition. The definition of rural recreation camping, which is specifically called out in that district, talks about activities that may or may not necessitate improvements or infrastructure. So I think there's a number of bases upon which your staff at that point in time could have concluded that a private use course was in fact consistent with the zoning. In addition, there is the anomaly under the county code, both under the AP and A1, that you can have special events private, which are 75 to 299 people, but apparently you can't have a special event private at less than 75. And I think that interpretation is an oddity. It doesn't really make sense when you look at the regulatory structure and purpose of the zoning code. And it's also possible that Mr. Waller based his decision on that as well. So the point is to respond to the issue of the zoning. I think there's a number of bases upon which Mr. Waller's determination could be sustained. There is an inescapable truth. The vast majority of counties, Calaveras County included, does not regulate groundwater withdrawal. People may have an expectation when they move to the rural part of the state and they rely upon a well that is fixed forever. But under the legal structure of California, and it's unregulated in this ordinance, and we had the testimony today of farmers that are putting in vineyards and water-intensive uses, that takes place. And that is an inescapable truth about this process. It's an inescapable truth about land ownership and land use in the foothills. To sum, the facts are that we have provided evidence which I think supports the board's determination to go forward with the baseline as currently configured 22 months ago, or 20-odd months ago. We would ask that the board give that direction to staff. The EIR is three-quarters prepared. You need the EIR to respond to the myriad number of issues that came up at the microphone that were not responsive to baseline, but necessarily are issues that have to be addressed in conjunction with the project. So thank you for the opportunity. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Abbott. Is there comments from staff?
Yes, Stephanie Moreno, Director of Community Development. I'm not going to go through each comment and respond to it, but we did not weigh in on a recommendation on this today, and I'd like to give one based on public comment today. CBA recommends that it is premature to make a determination on terminating the project, that they should be allowed to continue with the process per previous board direction, but that given public comment today, that we concur that the baseline should be moved back to pre-golf course for purposes of the EIR.
Say that again, Stephanie.
That it is premature for us for the board to make a decision on the project itself today, but that we concur, based on public comment today, that the EIR should be moved back, baseline should be moved back to pre-golf course status.
Okay, can you tell me or tell us exactly what that would entail?
I'll let County Council answer that.
Well, as you know, one of the reasons this was on the agenda is because we do need to retain a consultant to finish the environmental review, and I believe it was board's direction to go forward with Quad Knob. So that would entail changing the scope of the work. It would also most likely entail recirculating a draft EIR due to additional information and public comment, which would mean we would be back in the process. We would need a supplemental or an amended draft EIR at that point.
And how would we accomplish that? Are you talking about the same contractor using a different baseline? Are you talking about putting this out?
Yes, if you accept the CDA's recommendation, we would have a different project description, a different baseline, and we would have additional environmental impacts to review.
And the consultant would submit a revised proposal reflective of a new cost?
Yes.
And they would be reviewing all of the hydrology and water relative to the groundwater use.
Okay. Comments from the board at this time, or can we?
Well, I have a couple of comments. Do you want to?
Okay. Well, just let me give my two bits worth here, since it's in my district. This has become, it's amazing to me that this project has become so controversial given 5 or 6 years after it commenced. Talk about bringing something to a slow-rolling boil. This is ridiculous. As far as the baseline, I am influenced by the recommendation of the CDA. This is our staff that we pay to come to these decisions. I may not be the most popular position in the room, but I have some sympathy for the developer here, the applicant, in that they have been allowed to go forward this far. They have put out a lot of money. They have proceeded with the draft EIR. Not being a scientist, I'm not sure how you go back to the pre-golf course. Perhaps the experts know how to do that. I don't know what was there. I don't know how you can replace what was there. But speaking to some of the comments that were here, made here regarding things such as a tax dodge, I believe the assessor's already gone in and reassessed the developments there for additional tax monies. The baseline here should not affect the issue of traffic, as nothing's been done that I know of. I've been driving Hospital Road for 40 years, and as far as I can tell, it's had patches pretty much for 40 years. It hasn't changed, nor has the baseline changed for that. The developer did have tacit approval, whether they should have or not at that point. Mr. Brown mentioned that the department heads should be directed, and I believe at one point they were. We attended the scoping meeting, I believe it was in June of 2006 in Burson, after which, and I attended that, and so did our planning director, Mr. Selman. At that time, if you refer to giving department head the direction, I told Mr. Selman, our planning director, that if the applicant was in compliance, to leave him alone. If he was not in compliance, he had to stop. And since that time, we've been working to the best of our ability, as diligently as possible, to get this project into compliance, given it's been a difficult task. I would support, actually, some modification of the plan that's going on. I'm not sure. Well, going all the way back to pre-golf course, because I don't know what that really entails, to be honest with you, although I realize that there's been a lot of work done on this golf course before the baseline is established. I don't think the water is that big an issue, given Mr. Hirsch's example of he's a mile away and he pumps 20 million gallons of water a day into his vineyard.
A week.
Or a week, rather, into his vineyard. And there are other vineyards down there and a lot more agricultural uses in this area. The ag use on this property, if they were to have put in a vineyard, we wouldn't be sitting here today, and 20 million gallons of water per week would be being pumped to irrigate the vineyard. So I think we've got that kind of skewed. If you drive around this area, which I'm sure most of you have, if you don't live there, you have perhaps interest in the project, you've driven around there. Without looking at a topographical map, I don't see much difference in the topo, nor the number of oak trees, nor anything else here from the greater area there. Someone here mentioned hopscotch development. Well, it's a very subjective term. Hopscotch development could be described as putting a residential development on every 5, 10, or 20 acres. Now you've got real hopscotch. What you have here is the potential for several hundred acres that are going to remain open space, and that's something I think people should consider as well. It's pretty hard to undo decisions that are made. You might undo some of the physical installations, but I don't know what cost to the environment that would be. How much damage has been done to the environment? I have no idea how much damage has been done to the environment, but I do know that the golf course is there. And I don't believe it can be removed, and in its place, the original terrain, foliage, or topography will be there. We have reports here from this Abbey that the water difficulties, the water issues, 75% of the complaints listed are water quality issues, not water quantity issues. So I think between that and, as mentioned before, the letters to the editor, I think we have more than anything else here a battle of personalities, which is a real shame because it does take away from the issue. So, in other words, if the baseline returns, it doesn't mean that the project goes away, folks. And I really think that the baseline is fine where it is, to be honest with you, but that's only my opinion. So go ahead, Tom.
For myself, and I'll basically probably just be reiterating what I put in the public record earlier on this project, I think the EIR needs to include the golf course. Everything I read in the applicant's letter by the applicant's counsel is what was, and I'm not saying I agree with this, but what the county agreed to was a private golf course. Nothing more than a private golf course. I don't think there's anything in the record to indicate anything greater than a private golf course. So I don't think that's what this project encompasses. What's before us today is not only a golf course, but it's a restaurant, it's a clubhouse, and I think it's 12 or 13 homes with the ability to include additional homes. So I think given that, I think it is only appropriate that that the golf course be included in the EIR evaluation. I will tell you from a public policy point of view, I think when we have a development such as this, it should not be on well or septic if we're going to be doing restaurants and clustered homes and golf courses. It should be on appropriated public water. It should be, there should be a sewer associated, a sewer treatment plant associated with the development. That treated effluent should be the effluent that gets put on the golf course and not well water. While we're basically fighting to hold on to our water rights, it makes no sense to me for having residential development, unless it's on substantial parcel sizes, to go forward on well water. We should be looking for appropriated surface water, particularly while our water rights are in jeopardy because of our lack of use of those water rights. I will just conclude my comment by what I stated earlier, and that is that I think we should have a discussion as to the appropriateness of continuing with the project. My worry is it's like Supervisor Cladino stated, well, it's been 5 years, and geez, the county hasn't done anything, and there's sort of rights that go with this, and I think the counsel for the applicant is basically putting that argument forward in his letter. I think the legal term is estoppel. My term would be implied consent, that we just sort of go on, and additional years and additional hundreds of thousands get spent, and then it becomes, as Bill said, well, geez, he's done all this, how do we just sort of stop it? And if we do this EIR now, then, and he says, well, I'm going to mitigate the consequences of whatever the EIR comes up with, then at that point do we say, no, we really want it on public appropriated water, and we want a sewer system, and we fully anticipate that the residential will expand in time, which is what I would anticipate. There are a lot of people out there that have water problems that probably could tie into an appropriated surface water system, and should, and probably also a sewer system. So my concern is just what Bill pointed out, and he's basically saying, well, we've done this for 5 years and it isn't fair. well, you know, it isn't fair 7 years from now when they spends another couple $100,000 in the permitting process or the EIR process, and then the board says, no, we don't like the project. So I think there should be some determination that, yes, if under a certain set of conditions the board is going to support this project, or the board is going to say no, the way this project is constrained, that the infrastructure is not being adequately addressed, whether it be road, water, and sewer, which are my three main infrastructure concerns. The other concern you have is location. Do you want to just start a commercial and residential development at this location, and if so, how will it expand over time? I think we need to have a real discussion of those issues, because quite frankly, no place in the last 5 years have we had that discussion. This thing has just sort of taken on, I don't know, for lack of a better term, sort of a life of its own without any real clear issues coming to the board, and the board saying yes or no, or we're going to go right, or we're going to go left, or we want A, or we want B. It sort of comes and it's sort of a fait accompli. And you know, I think we should have that discussion, and so I put that back out on the table. Otherwise, we do, and in my opinion, sort of give some implied consent. I'm not saying mine's there, but I think people would anticipate that if we do have implied consent when we just go on year after year after year, and an applicant invests hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I bet you that golf course is $1 million or better for what's out there, and at some point, it's hard to go back. So I think we need to decide. I think we should have a real earnest discussion of where we're going with this project, where the board would like to go with it, how the board would like to see it. So anyway, those are my comments, and I am for the issue before us. I am for including the golf course in the EIR process. County Council, because when you do the EIR process, you, by law, have to come up with alternatives. Council has requested that we also make an alternative. One of the alternatives to be to not include the golf course in the AIR, and I will accept Council's legal recommendation in so doing. So I support.
Just clarification, by saying including it, what you're saying is it should be reviewed in the environmental document as if it was not there already.
Document.
As if it was not there already.
As though it were not a pre-existing condition. That's my opinion. And I concur with Council's recommendation for alternatives, that one of the alternatives, and I don't know how many we have to come up with, but CEQA requires alternatives, so one of the alternatives should be with the golf course as an existing condition.
Thank you, Tom. And I want to make a clarification here, or a statement rather. One of the reasons for my stand, if I understand correctly, I'm not sure I heard staff speak to this, but I believe the applicant did, that the draft EIR is at least 3/4 of the way completed, so it's nearly completed as...
That was the original draft EIR that was deemed to be inadequate by staff. Quadnoff, I do not know where they are at in their process. I would hesitate to say that is 3/4 done.
Okay. Steve?
Well, I've been counting some things up here, and my calculation is I've been waiting 2 years, 10 months, and 5.5 days to say this. But I agree with everything Tom Tryon just said.
Well, the educational process is continuing.
Call the EMTs.
However, I would like to add a few comments. As Tom described, we got into this in kind of an odd, slippery slope. We had staff approached and Board of Supervisors approached about a private golf activity on an agricultural endeavor. And this raises a lot of questions about how we do business, how decisions get made, what are the kind of, and I see policy, procedure, ethical, and legal issues that have all been raised here. And oddly enough, here at the end, at least to date, what we've got is the exact, as we discuss legal questions, we get into this kind of dispute about who's a liar, we get adversarial, we get decommunitized in a way that I think has been somewhat reflected by some of the comments that have been made here. And I truly regret that. I think that the processes that we engage in need to be a little more uplifting and a little more timely than the path that we've followed here. That said, I find it to defy credulity to suggest that back in 2004, and maybe well before that, as an organization sought funding from international corporations, that it would be for a private facility for a farmer. I just don't see that as really a way that people do business. I was reminded by Darrell Rusk's comment, I don't know if he's still out there somewhere, but yes, there he is in the corner, reminding me that I've been involved in a lot of contract negotiations. There are two basic principles that I think sometimes we forget about in that. Contract negotiations by law, at least in labor law, require good faith negotiations. It means that people have to be honoring one another's circumstance and tell truth. And it's very hard when we have premised county actions. People say, how the heck did you become a laughingstock? How did you get so hornswoggled, bamboozled, and punked to get to this moment? But the truth is, this county has been actually operating in good faith. We believe what people come in and say. And it takes a long time sometimes in that good faith context to come to a feeling that maybe it wasn't all quite like it was said. So I don't think we should be pointing fingers at each other. I think that it would be helpful if we were to get, as I think the suggestion is before us today, to the determining exactly what the impact is so that we can deal honorably with that. Restoring or honoring or keeping the public faith is at least part of what government is supposed to be about. And we can't do that without facts like this. We have an aquifer. We know that. You know, it's not like my district where we got a bunch of little fissures and we're figuring out how many straws we can dip into each one, and they're all different sizes and different rates of replenishment. What we really have here is an aquifer that has lots of people using it, and it's been going down about 1 and some feet per year over a long period of time. At least that's the information I get through the boards that I sit on. To me, y'all have, everybody's saying, well, this is a golf course, or it's, and maybe it's possible that everybody's right. It could be that up on the top of the bowl of this aquifer, when somebody says that it's gone down 13 feet in 10 years, well, that's pretty much, you may be right up there, and yes, your well is going down that way, and it could involve a whole lot more people than a golf course. But it's also true, as I understand it from water people that I've been talking to, that when you have a large draw from a particular place, that it's possible to affect neighboring folks even within. There's a kind of basin that is created in that, and it draws some water out other folks. I don't know which it is, and I suspect that there's not a single person in here who does, and it's going to require some study, some careful study, to determine exactly what, if any, impact is going on. And I know there's lots of people who think they know, but I haven't seen the science on it, and the best guy in the room that I know of, because Patterson has a lot of credibility with me, says we got a whole lot of studying to do. And to me, to make decisions that permanently affect people's lives, it requires careful study when we're talking about something as central as water. That said, I agree wholeheartedly with Tom. I don't think we ought to be building golf courses off of massive well drilling and watering from the ground. We need to use treated water. We need to use surface water. And actually, this county needs some places to put it so that we don't lose all of our rights to places like Stockton East, not one of my favorite places, and I'd sure like to see us prosper from our own use of our own rights. So there's a whole other set of things to talk about. And does the board have a policy on that? No. But should we be responding and creating some clear directives? And the other thing that I noticed was somebody said, well, we should be telling staff what to do. And that's actually what this whole agenda was about. Staff coming to us and saying, we got 2 ways to go here. What's your pleasure? One of the elements of that to me is, and I would ask staff to start thinking about when we do a golf course, what is the preferred modern and appropriate way to produce water for it. And I would hope that I never have a situation in which we are this confused about the answer to that question again. We also have other issues here. What's the credibility of our new ag zoning ordinances? What does it really mean? And how do people use it? What is recreation? And what's our zoning for recreation, and where is it appropriate to have it? These are issues that we're going to be wrestling with in the general plan. But each individual project that comes before us requires us to do some pretty serious thinking about these things, and I rely on a project of this size on an EIR that is actually fully representative of all the impacts in order to be able to make those judgments. So I agree that it's important that we not lead people down a primrose path that spends a lot of money for a futile project. I think that's real important, and it would be honoring the proposer of this project to accomplish that. And on the other hand, it's impossible to tell somebody whether they've got a clear path or not before we've studied it adequately on these very critical issues that have come up almost from the beginning here. So I'm going to I had agreed the previous discussion with Tom about whether we should.
You have a hard time with agreement, don't you?
I know it's. Actually, I was reviewing some statistics, and it actually turns out that Tom and I have voted concurrently about 85% of the time. It's only on the controversial issues that we sometimes do, but maybe that's why they're controversial. At any rate, I think this is a good step. I do concur with the recommendations, and I know how painful this is for everybody in the neighborhood, for the proposer, but without facts and without science, we're just guessing, and that's not really good basis for public policy. To give you a metaphor that is a construction metaphor, it would appear without all of that done that we're building a house of cards without a foundation and without even having compacted the soil underneath it. Enough said.
I have a question of staff. To go back to doing pre-golf course, how difficult would that be to do that? I've heard things on both sides of the equation from your expert opinion. Bob?
Part of the physical review, we have in our offices aerial photography from 1989, 2002, 2004, 2006. We can look at the progression of surface changes. Some of it's good, some of it's not. I would have to believe there are other sources as well, either the applicant or other users that have monitored land uses, whether it's the Ag Commissioner or others who will also have data. It will take some work. We can establish some of that information. Some of it clearly is not recoverable. Okay, there's no way to know whether land that has been overcovered was or was not a very localized wetland or may have had some habitat on it. We can look at aerial photography and look at general tree covers. You can't necessarily count tree trunks and determine exactly how many trees have been lost or converted. I mean, some of the trees may have been improved in this process. I can't tell that. There are some parts that you can't absolutely discuss. The chairman is right. The road traffic, that's fairly simple to figure out. I mean, that you just go back to where you were 5 or 6 years ago, and you probably have information on that in the public works record. So parts are recoverable, parts are not. And I think it comes back to the same question: how significant potentially would one set of circumstances be against the other? Those are going to be judgment calls. They always are judgment calls. If you lose or gain wetlands, that's a judgment call. The better question that ultimately is going to have to be answered is, how do we identify what those changes were and whether they were adverse or positive, whether there are specific mitigation measures that can be dealt with that will, quote, fix a problem if we discover it. The question of baselining the water is obviously more difficult. We clearly cannot, well, I shouldn't say that. One of the questions will be, can we stop the current water usages? And I would believe the answer to that is going to be no. You're either going to say stop all irrigation for extended periods of time so we can let the groundwater recover and see where we are and effectively wipe out the project, or there's going to have to be some really good science done that's beyond my control, my knowledge. So that one I can't tell you what the answer is. We can't go back in the absolute, but we can make some, I think, educated guesses and rely on other science to try to address some of the issues. We can't take it back to what it was before it happened.
Thank you. My concern about going back to pre-golf course is just that we're going to set up an expectation that we can go back to where it was before anything was done, and we can't do that. I mean, that was the message I heard, and I'm hoping that's the message that the public heard, because what I'm hearing Bob say is we can't do that. So I support going back to pre-golf course days with that expectation on myself and hopefully on the public. This, I was part of the board decision, as Mr. Abbott told us, that said we should go with the golf course being the baseline. And I'm going back on that decision. This is only the third time since I've ever been a supervisor that I have made a change in a decision. One had to do with computers in Copperopolis, and the other had to do with the sheriff. I'm always happy to go back on the sheriff. I agree with Tom in unfairness to the applicant, not as a necessarily community thing, that we should let the applicant know what it is we might or might not want to see on the project. For example, that there's no more there will not be wells for the 13 houses, that gray water is used for the golf course, that those are the kinds of expectations that we would want in the project, because this is going to be an expensive process, even though money is sort of not the issue that the board would consider. Considering what's happened in the past, I think we have an obligation to the applicant. Mr. McGee said we need to get hold of the process as a county, and he is correct. Things were said to the applicant, things were said by this Board of Supervisors, and we need to stay very focused on where this project's going to go, and the applicant should know some of the conditions that this board would place on it. the EIR, the draft EIR will deal with all the issues. It'll deal with the analysis of the water, the circulation of the roads, the oaks, parking, all those things that were brought up today. That isn't some, to me, most of those things are issues that any EIR would deal with. This board does not make decisions based on being sued, Mr. Brown. I want you to know that. I'm cognizant of it. It's public money that we are responsible for when we are sued, but I don't believe I nor my colleagues base decisions on just being sued. In trying to separate the water from the golf course, I think it's a beautiful golf course, or the whole thing. It's a beautiful project when you just sort of look at the golf course. Now, in terms of they did this wrong, the county did something wrong, those are things that Supervisor Claudino talked about. They are not critical. We need to look at what it is that's before us. And is this something that would be a welcome addition to the county? Yeah, I think it would be a welcome addition. Will it have a price tag that the applicant doesn't want to pay for that this board might want to instill on the applicant, such as you have to use gray water on the golf course, the houses cannot be on wells. And something that Mr. Buckley earlier had said, we cannot piecemeal an EIR. And it's pretty much for that reason I want to go back to pre-golf course. But I do not want to remove the golf course. I'm not supporting that we take it out as had been recommended this morning. So that's it.
Can we break for lunch now?
No. No, we can't. I just want to respond to something Marita said. I agree with she, and believe it or not, Mr. Buckley, when it comes to the issue of piecemealing, and I agree with that, and that is why I disagree with Supervisor Callaway. We cannot go back the entire project. We cannot go back to exactly how it was before we started. So in my opinion, we would be piecemealing this, and I don't believe that's fair to any side of this argument. So, Chris.
Okay. I've been dreading having to weigh in publicly on this thing. I'm sure that most of you are aware that I'm, as the newest member of this board, my hands are kind of clean on this thing.
Not after today.
Not after. That's exactly my point. I've been, this is kind of off the subject, but I've been involved in some discussions with one of my constituents in the last couple of days, and I'm pounding out emails back and forth, and we're both looking at exactly the same set of facts, and we're 180 degrees off on our interpretation of the facts. The facts are not in any way related to this project, but I'm just mentioning that to sort of demonstrate to myself and to those of you that so eloquently made your arguments today. There have been a lot of emotions expressed here. Each one of you thinks that you're absolutely right, and I do too, but this lady that I've been arguing with is dead wrong, I can tell you. But
not if it's a woman.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. But anyway, oh man, I am so conflicted on this. I really am an advocate of increasing the economic vitality of this county. I am very much an advocate of those people that I've heard during the last couple of years express their sentiments that we should keep Calaveras County rural in flavor and in nature. And I don't know, maybe I say this too often, but I was involved as a decision maker in a previous county that I previously lived in. And in that particular county, we looked upon golf courses as being acceptable uses in the ag zone and a way that you can preserve open space. So that's the background that I come from, and I think that there are many counties that also adhere to that philosophy, that if you love seeing green spaces and you love seeing oak trees and your so-called natural environment, then one of the ways to preserve it is to have these golf course scenes created. Now, the emotions that I have heard today, and some of the people that have been citing statistics about, well, I've been living there for 13 years, and in that length of time, my well has gone down 12 feet, or maybe I've got it reversed, the 13 feet in 12 years. But that is totally consistent with the statistics that I hear in virtually every water forum that I go to, that's what we're experiencing without any abnormal pumping like may be occurring here. The most significant thing that I heard here today was from Mr. Hirsch, who I think I've heard that this particular project is pumping, I don't know, give or take 900,000 gallons a day in the summertime. However, a mile away we have a gentleman who's saying that he is pumping close to 3 million gallons a day. My sense of that is, I'm doing triangulation. There's a lady that lived a mile away, and she says that or 2 miles away, and her well is going down, and she suspects that it's because of the Trinitas project. But if a mile away over here, I mean, she is just as close to this the person, the vintner or the wine producer, or a grape producer that's pumping 3 million gallons a day. So how anybody can point their finger definitively at the Trinitas project and say, aha, this is the place that's responsible for my well going dry. I see evidence from various sources here. A gentleman in the back there that lives in close proximity of maybe an adjacent property, that he says that he's not being adversely affected by this. So I don't know. Don't misunderstand. I'm not rambling here. I'm trying to bring all these thoughts to justify what I'm going to say next. Is that I'm not prepared to subject this family and this project to a death by 1,000 cuts. I'm not prepared to approve the project today either, by any means. I think that they're definitely it has to be proven to me, and I've said this consistently from the beginning. It has to be proven to me that this project can be defensible from the water use standpoint. I personally, and this is really off the subject, but I feel threatened for my safety when I pull out of their parking lot and want to go southbound on Hospital, and it's a 55-mile-an-hour zone there. Who drives 55 miles an hour anymore? But anyway, I went out of there one time recently at a fairly aggressive pace, and I really felt like that I was in jeopardy because of the hilltop that's there. So there are certainly things that I cannot. I mean, I'll tell the applicant and the applicant's representative here that I will not vote with favor on this project until certain aspects of the traffic are well addressed. So, and that's not any kind of a threat. It's just a statement of fact. So anyway, I at the risk of alienating our community development director, I don't think that it's a good idea to go back and make them start over again on this. And certainly, there are members of
some of the development community, because I felt that legal access should be an entitlement prior to getting a building permit, so that when you build, you have legal access to your property. That was very controversial. But if you look at this project, what's before us is an entitlement issue. The zoning on that property, which is an entitlement issue, does not allow a commercial golf course, and that's the simple reality. Every developer out there, the first entitlement they make sure they have is that they have proper zoning for the project they wish to go forward with. That's almost the first entitlement. It's the most important. I don't know if it's most important. I guess there are lots of important entitlements that can either approve or disapprove a project. But I mean, it's almost the first entitlement that an individual looks at is, do I have the zoning for my project? And if I don't, the first thing you have to do is get the zoning before you even initiate the project. What's come before us is a project that's in violation of the zoning and asking the board to basically provide, after the fact, the entitlement. And to me, that is not procedurally how it should work. And my earlier comments about being on sewer and waters, and I view a golf course different than, say, ag, where the gentleman has a well for his 300 acres of grapes, is that I don't know of any, or maybe there's some out there, but I don't know of any in this county, and I know a dang few in the state, that have a golf course project that doesn't have a substantial commercial and residential component. So when you look through the record here, there's nothing about a substantial residential and commercial component, whether it be the clubhouse or whether it be the restaurant that's here, or the 12 or 13 units, which in my opinion will certainly be expanded. So if you look at what's before us, we're right back to where somebody went ahead and did a project without the most fundamental of entitlements. And people have to get their entitlements before they initiate their projects, and it's darn hard to come and ask us to grant entitlements as a board of supervisors when the project's complete and you don't have the most basic of entitlements, which is the proper zoning. So, okay, completes my comments.
Anybody else?
Does this require a motion or a polling?
We need a minute order. All right. So it's an action. Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is there...
I want to make a motion, and I want to modify the motion that was recommended. I want to make a motion to direct staff to continue to include... I want to make a motion to exclude...
I liked it better the first time.
The golf course in the baseline for the environmental review for the ridge at Trinitas.
What have you said now?
It's pre-golf course.
You want to do pre-golf course?
I want
It's excluded from the baseline.
to exclude it from the baseline.
Excluding it from the baseline, you mean you're bringing the bar down to
Correct.
an area that...
You want to include it in the EIR.
Yes.
That's the
Correct.
recommendation, so why are you modifying it?
No.
Tom.
No. I think what happened is she was looking at my initial...
There's two motions.
But the motion on the back that she just read is the one that would take the golf course out of the baseline.
She's in essence agreeing with Stephanie's recommendation.
Okay. So in other words, it's included in the EIR
Yes, but it's
evaluation.
excluded from the baseline.
Okay. But it will be included in the EIR evaluation.
Review of environmental documents.
Okay. Now, isn't that what your recommendation was?
No, the recommendation is the same as the motion, which is to direct staff to exclude the golf course in the baseline for environmental review of the ridge at Trinitas. As a result of taking it out of the baseline, it will be part of the project description that we will be reviewing under CEQA.
Okay. And you feel, as council, that we have a legal discretion as a board to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll second the motion. I take it in the motion you are also going with Janice's recommendation that for one of the alternatives, that one of the alternatives be looked at is...
But that'll happen anyway. That's automatic.
Okay, then I'll second the motion.
Right.
That's fine. So you're happy with, you understand where the board is directed. Well, I just want to make very sure that we're all understanding what we're voting on.
So you don't want to include the golf course in the baseline?
I want to include the golf course in the environmental evaluation.
Right.
But not the baseline.
Not the baseline.
That's why I use the terminology pre-golf course for purposes of environmental review to be clear what we're talking about. So.
If that's the motion, then I will second it.
Do we have a motion and a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
That was 3-2. Did I get
3-2.
2 no's?
Yes. The motion passes 3-2.
Okay.
Yeah, as a,
Bill, just say who was the three and who was the two.
Oh, the two are Russ and
Read it out
myself.
loud because the audience is being asked.
There's a good misintroduction.
Just hammer it.
Bill?
Enough.
What?
My suggestion here, my suggestion is the staff really needs to come back and tell you what that really means. I mean, none of us are sitting here, but they're going to have to obviously talk to the applicant.
Okay.
They're going to have to talk to the consultant, come back and tell you what it all means.
Who the three and the two are.
Right. And then we will award the contract as a board, or the staff will award the contract.
So that's coming back.
Yes.
Okay.
After they sort it out.
That's fine. But if you have any trouble sorting it, just let me know.
I'm still cogitating on
your office?
Cogitating on the Kodak moment of you two agreeing.
Try and get a comment from
Oh, Tom will deny the photo, so that's why I wanted the photo.
No, I did not.
Well, I think we did the only thing we can do. Come up with a difference.
The food's here. If you want to take a break, maybe come back at 2:15 or 2 or whatever.
Just meet in county council's office.
I know, but he needs to run the meeting.
Bill, do you want to do the closed sessions over lunch?
I'm not suggesting do the closed sessions right now. I'm saying you guys have been in here for 5 hours. Take a break, come back. We can do the closed sessions at the end of the day.
We're eating in the
County council should be in there.
Okay, let's,
I don't know.
quickly, let's do the review of correspondence, and then we're done. Yes.
This exhibit was offered as part of testimony. Normally, once it's offered, we take it as part of the record. Small version. Okay, if you've got a small
We've got small versions. Give the man his board.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to move on to item number 15 so that we can conclude this meeting. Item number 15 is review of correspondence reports of various matters of concern.
I do not have anything to bring before the board today, Mr. Chair.
Tom. Steve.
I have the Mental Health Advisory Board today at 4 o'clock. I have the Joint Powers Agency Family Support Agency at Cal Works tomorrow. And I will be at a family memorial event from Friday through Monday. Oh, wait, I had one other. I did get some correspondence, and people have been asking. I'm hoping to get an answer on this, and this involves a community development director who's otherwise engaged, but there's a lot of concern that the baseline report needs to, maybe I should wait.
Well, I've been saying that too. It needs to come out. I've mentioned it several times in board.
And what I'm asking for at this point is to get an estimated time of arrival. I understand it's under review. I'd just like to know people's guesstimate as to when it will become a public document, when we will be able to review it. And for the meetings on the visioning in my district, I'm very interested in getting that out before those meetings so that we're building on a base.
It'll be 9 months, the same as a pregnancy. How am I doing, Joyce?
I want to piggyback on that.
Stephanie?
You know, okay, well, we can discuss
I have nothing
it.
to report. Rita?
I'll have her talk at the next meeting.
It came up earlier, and we've had some concerns in the Ebbets Pass corridor about our visioning meeting being November 28th. It's right after Thanksgiving. We're not prepared in the Ebbets Pass corridor to have our visioning meeting. We still don't have the whatever the buzzword is for today, baseline,
baseline report,
whatever it is. I would like to postpone the visioning meetings until sometime after the holidays.
Probably a good idea.
And at least the one in Ebbets Pass, I'd like to do on a Saturday during the day, not at night, because of weather conditions. It isn't very good. So that
What's the
sort
date
of
for
my...
Murphy's? What was the date on Murphy's? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I think I was last, but, I mean, I just would like, if that could be brought forward, I'd appreciate it.
We're December 12th.
I have a family support meeting tomorrow, and I will go to the reentry as the board's representative on jails. No, that's interesting.
Is that because you're the board member that's been most on probation?
Probably.
Most likely to...
I mean, as somebody who doesn't really, who believes in treatment over jail, it's interesting I'm the board's representative.
You
But
certainly
anyway.
need treatment, there's no question there.
Anyway, I'm sorry, go ahead, Russ.
I don't have any meetings that I'll be attending, board-appointed meetings, but I did want to ask a question about, in our agenda packet under correspondence, we had a lot of information about a doer program, and I got the impression that there was going to be some discussion on that at some point. Are we advocating for that?
I can fill you in on that. If you want me to do the whole board, I could do it. It's a long story, or I can talk to you privately about it. I've had multiple contacts by Mr. Sheldon Bissell, who's the proponent, but as I say, it's a long story, and maybe now's not the time.
Okay, well...
And one literally that goes back before I left, so that's how long the topic's been around.
But we will.
I thought he was going to be here today, actually.
He expects something on the agenda, so maybe you
No,
and
he was
Brent
going to
can...
show up.
He was going to be here today.
Oh.
Okay.
But I do believe it's his desire to see the board make a determination as to whether there should be a doer program here or not, whether we should resume it or not. And
it's
right. I was indicating, I think, Jim, is also, it's a topic that's been through you multiple times before in prior boards, and there's some technical problems with what he wants. Be that as it may, he has a right to stand up and say what he wants.
It's not something I could bring forward. I wouldn't bring it forward. If the board instructs, then we would do that. But so he's been told very clearly he needs to come make the presentation to the board and get the board to tell us to do it, and then we'll happily do it, of course.
Okay. And next week, of course, is the CSAC after our meeting, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Wednesday, Thursday. But have we published our schedule for the rest of the year? Yes?
I was just going to bring up I have it on my little cheat sheet to remind you that you previously, we were going to bring this to you, and then we found out you already passed a resolution at the beginning of the year. You have December 25th and January 1st as canceled meetings, which is what you've traditionally done as the last two meetings of the year.
Well, I think we should meet on December 25th.
Go ahead, Tom.
So I didn't know if you meant more than that, but you do have
There was some
holiday
discussion
schedule.
about the 18th at one time, Brent. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Was
that December 18th?
Yes.
There was some discussion about what?
December 18th.
About having it or not having it?
Well, that was the discussion.
Not having it.
Not
I mean,
having
obviously,
it.
you don't have to have a discussion if you're going to have it. It's scheduled. So the
Yeah, I
discussion
think
would be as to whether-
we did decide to schedule one for the 18th, but to play it by ear, I think, if there was a light agenda at the time.
There's nothing on the agenda. What's the point of it?
There will only be four of us here on the 18th, so if we're going to meet, try to not schedule anything that requires maybe a...
Well, the reality is you either need to decide you want to have it or not, because it may end up being very light, but if you have to come here for one item, it's as much of a trip to come as it is for, well, maybe not today is a good example.
Anybody
but-
else have any conflicts? Marita's not going to be here, so...
Or the 11th.
Or the 11th?
I have Title 1524.
Well,
in
let
Sacramento.
me jump ahead here. You all should have an email from me, and I was going to talk about this afternoon in the study session. We have you booked, hopefully booked, for December 13th to do CIO interviews, which is a Thursday.
I see that.
It doesn't have any real bearing to the 18th or whatever, but I would really like to be able to do that. Otherwise, you're going to bump it till after the first of the year.
I have it written down.
So what do you want us to do? The 25th and 1st are canceled. Do you want us to set the wheels
I
in motion
move
to
we
cancel?
cancel the 18th.
Well, we'd have to agendize that, but if you want us...
Agendize it, and then see what the board wants to do, and see what's coming up.
Okay. So would you agendize that, and we'll remind them again about the 25th and the 1st?
Obviously, the 25th and the 1st were not. we have to agendize that?
Okay.
Because I don't want Joyce here on the 25th and the 1st, and I'll make a mistake, and it'll be just Joyce and I'll be worried. I have to call the sheriff.
Yeah, you look concerned already.
Okay, so we'll bring back to you the issue of the 18th.
Okay. I know. Okay. Brent, anything further?
No, that was what I was going to bring up.
Okay.
So.
Jim?
Nothing.
Okay. We're going to recess because we have to come back for a couple things.
I did have one quick
No, you're
thing.
done.
I'm sorry, I forgot about this. Marita has graciously, I've had a hard time getting to both the Juvenile Justice Commission meeting and other meetings that have board assignments. About every other one has a conflict, and Marita has agreed to take over that assignment with your permission, and it would begin on Thursday, the 27th of December at 5 p.m. at the CalWorks.
All done?
Schedule discussion here. It is 2. We have Stephanie coming back on the Saddleback at 2:30.
Right.
And then while we didn't have a time, I was figuring that whatever the one that number 9 come back right after that, and then we can maybe do my one study session because the one that was Human Resources website, Francine's 6, so not do that. So we'll do my number 20, and then you can adjourn and have a closed session after that. And I know you have to be out of here by 4. That's famous last words. There shouldn't be any problem whatsoever.
So what do you want to do now, Brent?
Break, go to lunch, come back at 2:30.
2:30 here.
Come back here at